Good morning. So we are about to start. Welcome to ICRA. Welcome to the workshop on robotic perception and mapping, emergent techniques. My name is Kaveh Fatian, and together with Luca Carlone and Jonathan Howe from MIT, we have the honor to organize this workshop for you. We're very excited about this workshop. As you can see in the chart here, this is the number of registrants for all of the ICRA workshops and tutorials this year. And the bar that you see all the way to the right is this workshop. So in terms of number of registrants, it has the highest, which is really a good metric for us to know that this workshop is received well and the topic is of interest to people that are attending ICRA. So really the objectives of this workshop, what we want to achieve by the end of today is to talk about these four main things. So we want to understand where we stand, what is the state of the art in robotic perception and mapping, where do we want to go, what are our goals, what's the research-worthy problems in the next 5 years or so, what needs to be done in order to get there, and what are the indicators for us that will allow us to assess our success. So the way that we are gonna approach today and try to achieve those objectives is through a series of talks by very distinguished speakers to whom we are very grateful for accepting our invitations and coming to this workshop. So the speaks follow in this 20-minute back-to-back style, and we are asking all of our speakers to try to keep their talk to 15 minutes so that we have 5 minutes for questions and discussions and transitions. We also have a 40-minute panel discussion in the morning. Really the goal of this panel discussion and our Q&A is to get more interaction from you. Ask your questions, and so in terms of contributions, we had a great number of submissions, 48 total submissions. They were peer reviewed by the people who submitted to the workshop, and just based on the recommendations of the peer review to make acceptance decisions, 35 papers were accepted, 2 of which were chosen again based on the recommendation of reviewers for a spotlight talks. There are going to be 10-minute spotlight talks throughout the day. And so the interesting question that was there when we were asking for reviews, so we obtained a total of 109 reviews, and then we were asking the reviewers if they found the reviewing the papers useful for their research, for advancing the knowledge. And so the majority of 57%, they found reviewing papers useful. 32% were borderline, and only 10% did not find the reviews helpful. So I think it's a good metric to show that submitting a paper to a workshop and getting feedback and also reviewing papers is a very helpful thing in general for becoming aware of what is the state of the art. All right, so I think we are ready to start. So the workshop schedule is here. So we have 4 sessions today, 2 sessions in the morning and 2 sessions in the afternoon. And the first session in the morning, the first 2 sessions, I'm going to be chairing them, and the sessions in the afternoon are going to be chaired by Luca Carlone and Jonathan Howe. Daniel, if you're there, please feel free to share screen.
Yes, thank you so much for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can all hear me. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, Luca, Kaveh, Jonathan, Hassan, and Brett, for putting together a really amazing workshop. And not just amazing in my view, but obviously also in the audience's view, because as you said, it seems to be extremely popular. I think that also reflects the fact that just mapping and localization, SLAM, perception are increasingly important for robotic applications. I'm going to talk about self-supervised learning for visual SLAM, and the work that I'll be presenting has been done mostly by current and former students of mine, in particular Nan Yang, Lukas von Stumberg, Lukas Köstler, Felix Winbauer, and Jacob Engel. I don't think I need to introduce what SLAM is about, but what is important for this audience is that there's an abundance of applications in robotics, from autonomous robots to flying drones to self-driving cars. All of these systems need to perceive their environment, need to understand where am I, where is the world, in order to fly autonomously, in order to do obstacle avoidance, path planning, exploration of unknown environments. They need to perceive the world, and systematically this often needs to be done in real time. Now, SLAM is a long-standing problem, and it goes back more than 100 years to a problem that was originally often called structure from motion or structure and motion. Here's one of the pioneers, Erwin Krupa, and as you may know, he proved back in 1913 that if you observe 5 corresponding points. Sorry, can you mute yourself? Okay, thank you, Jung. If you observe 5 corresponding points in 2 images, can people please mute themselves if they're not speaking, and they shouldn't be? Thank you. So if you observe 5 corresponding points in 2 views, you can recover the relative motion of the camera and the structure or location of these points. This used to be called structure and motion, and is now often called SLAM, for simultaneous localization and mapping. Depending on who you talk to, they will distinguish various terminologies. There's also the term visual odometry, referring to localizing the moving camera or the moving robot. But these are all very related problems in many ways. And ultimately, it's about reconstructing both motion of the camera and structure of the world. And this has been, Krupa laid the foundations, and I would say starting in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the computer vision community laid the foundations of actually implementing this in workable algorithms, and some of the first real-time capable algorithms for structure and motion, or SLAM, emerged around 2000, in particular in Stefano Suato's lab. I think that was one of the first, if not the first, real-time capable visual SLAM demo. Most of these works do, in fact, and this is just, I should say, a few representative works. There's obviously endless more work in this field that I don't have really time to name and go into. But most of these works follow in Krupa's footsteps, in the sense that they extract points, right? And then they associate points into pairs of corresponding points using descriptors like SIFT, SURF, brief, ORB, or whatever descriptors you want to use. And once they have identified corresponding point pairs, then they go ahead and reconstruct motion and structure. Right, and this has been shown to work amazingly well. For example, one of the most powerful techniques is, in fact, ORB SLAM, a technique from Zaragoza that is quite accurate and real-time capable. But there is one major shortcoming of these so-called key point-based techniques, is that they tackle the problem in several steps. They first extract points, then correspondence, and then reconstruction, right? And obviously, invariably, whenever you make a mistake on this pipeline, you can hardly recover from it. If the first question is, why do you choose these points? Why not other points? Next question is, what if you have a wrong corresponding pair? How is that going to deteriorate your performance? How can you recover from it? And as you know, there are sophisticated techniques like ransack and other heuristics to kind of fix the errors you made earlier. But what we've been advocating over the last years are so-called direct methods. One of the most popular representatives of these was LSD SLAM, for large-scale direct SLAM. And here the idea is to go straight from your raw sensory data, the brightness values of your camera, to a reconstruction of camera motion and 3D structure. And while we also extract points at some point and reconstruct these points, the key difference is what we're minimizing, and what drives the whole estimation is the photometric brightness consistency. And so the more you understand how the brightnesses emerge in your camera, what the camera response function is, etc., the more accuracy you will get and the more robustness. You're really going straight from the sensory data to an estimation of the quantities you're interested in. And so even from a statistical perspective, this is invariably more optimal, if you will. Here's an example. I don't want to go too much into detail because some of this is already a little bit old. This is a demo of LSD SLAM showing the camera on the top left, and on the right, you see the reconstruction emerging in real time. Here, we've accelerated things for time reasons so that you don't spend the whole afternoon watching this stuff. You can see there's images, and we recover this whole large-scale environments in real time. And there's almost no distortions in these reconstructions. Right, so this is important. The follow-up work to LSD SLAM, which kind of more jointly estimated everything, was a technique called direct sparse odometry. For all these techniques, the code is online, so feel free to download. On the top left, again, you see the input images with the depth values associated, color-coded. On the right, you see the reconstruction of the trajectory and the environment. And what's key here is what we do here is that we actually estimate multiple camera keyframe poses at the same time in a sliding window fashion. And that allows us to do a joint optimization of structure and motion in real time. It's much, you could call it a time windowed photometric bundle adjustment, if you will, where classical bundle adjustment minimizes the geometric point distances and photometric bundle adjustment optimizes color consistency. And maybe a little bit advertisement, you know, one of the challenges that we've tackled, I didn't actually put numbers, but this technique was significantly more accurate than the state of the art at the time of publication. And over the last years, our main challenge has been to boost precision and robustness of these methods. And there's many ways to do that. One way is obviously a popular technique in robotics is to tap into whatever sensors you have available. And the most obvious additional sensor is the inertial measurement unit. So you can combine that with a single camera. And this, we did a number of papers how to fuse color, images, camera images, and inertial measurement, and GPS, and whatever else you might have, multiple cameras as well, right? So there's a lot of sensors you can tap into, but here, for simplicity, just vision and inertial. This is a very recent work by Lukas von Stumberg, which will be presented on Thursday morning. So don't forget to check this out. Lukas is going to do a presentation, and he will also do a live demo. And live demos are popular. And what you can see here is just one sample video. There's lots more on the internet. Here we start in a motion capture environment where we can have the ground truth of the camera location for quantitative evaluation, right? But then you can't have a mocap everywhere. So for the rest of the sequence, there is no mocap. And we'll typically evaluate by computing the total drift per sequence. Here, as you can see in the images, we go up a flight of stairs. In fact, in the whole sequence, we go up 3 flights of stairs. And now we enter a tube. A slide, right, that goes down in our building. If you've ever visited us, you can do it yourself. It goes down 3 floors, and there's practically no visibility in that slide, and yet we can track this monocular inertial system, as you can see, at very high precision, where we can go back up to the 2nd floor, we can go back to our motion capture environment, and there's practically no drift, even though in this sequence at some point you had pretty much no camera visibility because you were going through a long black tube. And as I said, there's more videos also of outdoor, localization and mapping at very high precision. So this technique, given that it's just a camera and an inertial measurement unit, it can work pretty much anywhere. Indoor, outdoor, etc., and it gives you very high precision. The technique I don't want to go into details is using what Lukas calls delayed marginalization. So how to use factor graphs in an optimal way to combine vision and inertial. If you want to see the details and try it yourself, visit Lukas on Thursday morning. So don't forget. The other way to boost precision and robustness is actually to revert to learning-based techniques, because as you know, deep networks have revolutionized computer vision and data science since around 2012. Initially in the vision field, they were deployed to do object recognition, detecting airplanes and bicycles and etc. But in the wake of the 2012 paper of Krzyzewski and collaborators, the community looked into how can we tackle other problems. For example, we showed with a work that we called FlowNet that you can estimate optical flow with the suitably trained neural network, where you basically have two consecutive images and the corresponding flow field, and you use all that data for supervised learning. And you can train a network to generate optical flow. And this is now, I should say, the basis of pretty much all competitive optical flow algorithms out there. So this turned out to be quite popular. But you can solve other problems. This is a work by Roberto Cipolla's team, where you can, this again, also one of the early works here. There's more recent and more powerful techniques, obviously, for all of these, where they show that you can do image semantic segmentation using suitably trained deep networks. And you can solve many, many problems, as you know, with deep learning. For example, completely different problem. We showed that you can do protein structure prediction using from amino acid sequences with a suitably trained deep neural network and outperform the state of the art. And this, I think, is the basis of what later, Google came out with the AlphaFold and a lot of these success stories there. Or you can do video object tracking at pixel accurate precision through very challenging videos with, again, suitably trained or refined neural networks. But one of the biggest challenges, I think, still on the horizon is how to deploy deep networks for visual SLAM. And there has been some success starting a bit later, starting around 2017. People advocated deep networks to recover structure and motion to solve SLAM. And while these networks showed promising results, they typically did not perform state-of-the-art. And, it's a bit hard to reason why this may not have been state-of-the-art in terms of precision on visual SLAM challenges and benchmarks. I think it's often because this naive end-to-end learning pipeline might not have been the right approach, right? Because we know so much about how images are formed, about the perspective projection into cameras, about the rigid body motion of cameras. If we throw all this knowledge overboard and just assume the system can learn from lots of examples and hopefully figure everything out by itself, that's, a nice hope, but possibly not the right way to go. And I think nowadays the biggest challenge in this learning age is how to combine learning-based approaches that learn from examples with the knowledge that we already have about how the world is projected into a camera. And so what we have been advocating are techniques that are hybrid, where we start with a deep network. This was a very nice network by Kuznetsov and collaborators that predicted depths from just a single image. And we built up on it and we developed something that we call StackNet. This is Nanyang and collaborators. And as you can see, the depth prediction is significantly more precise and crisp here. But what's more, in this work, we show that you can now enter this depth prediction into a SLAM loss function and basically say, find a reconstruction that is consistent with the depth predictions for a set of keyframes. And what you end up with is a SLAM approach that gives you very precise tracking of the camera over very large scales with only one single camera. Right? So this is not using inertial, this is not using stereo, it's not using GPS, it only uses a single camera. And in contrast to other monocular approaches, there's practically no scale drift and no drift in general. So it's very accurate. And so that was the first promising result, where we showed that you can outperform the state of the art with a learning-based or learning-enhanced SLAM method. And here's then the follow-up work, CVPR 2020. We call it D3VO for deep depths, deep pose, and deep uncertainty, where we predict all these quantities. So from one image, as you saw, we can predict depths. Using 2 consecutive images, we can predict rigid body motion of the camera. And then once we can align these 2 images with a predicted motion, we can train everything in a self-supervised manner. So we don't need ground truth for depths or for camera motion. All we need is the brightness video, right? And we align the images with the predicted depths, and then brightness consistency is again the driving term, like in the direct methods, right? Except once you align the 2 images with a real camera, the brightnesses do not actually coincide. There is typically, aperture changes, etc. Well, we can just predict all these as well. So we predict an affine brightness correction that aligns the images in terms of their brightnesses with an affine correction, right? And then the brightnesses are much more consistent, at least for Lambertian scenes. Once you have a real world environment, with glass windows and metallic structures that reflect the light, then obviously there are areas that are not brightness consistent, right? And then the question is, what do you do? Well, before we said we model the brightness variations accurately. Now we say maybe the deep network can help us and just tell us which areas will likely be brightness consistent and which areas will not. And then we can introduce what I think Alex Kendall and collaborators and Maria Kloot and collaborators called an aleatoric uncertainty. And then you can basically downweight all the residuals that you use for learning with this aleatoric uncertainty to make sure that brightness should only be preserved in those areas where you expect it to be preserved. And you can actually train a network to predict from images all of these quantities, also this uncertainty, and then feed it into the SLAM approach. We feed it in on multiple levels, first of all, in the front-end tracking, in nonlinear factor graphs, but also in the back-end optimization as a term in the loss function that imposes consistency. Here's a lot of evaluations. I don't want to go too much into detail, but what's amazing is that this monocular approach actually outperforms a lot of other approaches, not just on the depth prediction, but also on visual odometry. Here, for example, we compared the monocular D3VO with not only stereo methods, but like stereo DSO, but also top stereo inertial methods like Basalt. And what you see is that the performance is on par with stereo inertial methods, even though we only use a single camera, right? And so you could argue that the deep network compensates for the missing sensory information that you don't have because you're not using 2, but only 1 camera, and because you're not using inertial. And still you get the same performance. You can use deep networks for all sorts of things. Here's an example of our startup Artisans, or company that we created. It's not really a startup anymore. So this is for semantic mapping of the world. We deployed our sensor systems in a whole fleet of cars, camera-based, typically 2 cameras, inertial, RTK, GPS, and we can map large environments, thousands of kilometers of street, and we can extract the semantics also using deep networks. The last thing I wanted to highlight is 2 more recent works called Monorec and Tandem. And what they do is they go 1 step further, and rather than extracting a point cloud, they aim at reconstructing a dense world. And this is Monorec first. This was designed for traffic and outdoor, so for car scenarios in particular. The deep network is a big one. It has 3 components. One is a cost volume that aggregates, warped images and their brightness consistency. The second is a mask module that filters out moving objects and is trained to remove the moving objects. And then there's a third component that predicts the depths. So this is kind of the idea, to aggregate brightness across multiple frames to get more consistent depth predictions than from just a single image, and to mask out moving objects. And then all these depth predictions can be merged into a fairly photorealistic reconstruction of the world. It's not perfect yet. I guess you could run a GAN over it to improve it and make it even more, pleasant. And obviously the areas that were not observed from a camera will not be reconstructed. But all you see here is a reconstruction achieved from a single drive-through with a single camera. right? And so this I find is quite impressive, that we can create virtual copies of our environment with just one moving monocular camera, nothing else. No laser, no LiDAR, no GPS, no inertial, no multi-camera, right? It's just one single camera, and still you get fairly convincing reconstructions of the world that you could potentially deploy for training self-driving cars, right? Because you often want to train the car in a virtual world, but you want to make sure it does look like the real world. And here's a way to basically create copies of the world. The last work I wanted to mention is kind of a parallel development that is in many ways different. It's called Tandem, Tracking and Dense Mapping. Here you actually see a real-time demo of the system. It was designed for indoor mapping in particular. This is Lukas Köstler, the first author of the work. You see he holds the camera, and in real time, the trajectories are being estimated and the world emerges. There's a lot of differences. For time reason, I can't go into details here. It's also monocular, but it's kind of not tuned to the driver setting, but it can map any environment. And also it does so with a voxel hashing approach to get really kind of a dense sign distance representation. In fact, this was voted the best demo award at the 3DV conference last year. So to summarize, I talked about SLAM, I talked about direct SLAM, in particular two popular techniques. We developed LSD SLAM and direct sparse odometry. And then I talked about how to enhance SLAM techniques using deep networks that gives you more precision and more robustness. So you can get scaled reconstruction even from a single camera. You can use deep networks to do 3D semantic mapping. And then I showed that you can train neural networks with two approaches called monorack and tandem that allow you to map real environments, indoor and outdoor environments in real time from a single handheld monocular camera. Thank you so much for your interest, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thanks Kaveh for the introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here in person after a long while and in front of this wonderful audience. As Kaveh mentioned, I'm Luca Carlone. I'm an associate professor at MIT, and today I want to tell you about our ongoing work, ongoing from SLAM to real-time scene understanding with 3D scene graphs. It's very crowded. Okay. All right, so high-level 3D scene understanding is a grand challenge in robotics. It's about designing algorithms and systems that allow a robot to use sensor data to understand the geometry, semantics, and relation among elements in a 3D scene. 3D scene understanding is crucial for a robot to parse and execute high-level commands from a human. For instance, if I want to ask a robot, go grab me the cup of coffee on the table in the kitchen, in order to understand and execute the command, the robot will need to know information about geometry. We need to know where is the kitchen. We need to know about semantics. We need to know what is a cup of coffee, for example. And we need to know the meaning of relations. For example, what does it mean for a cup of coffee to be on the table and for the table to be within the kitchen? 3D scene understanding is also key to robustness. In particular, as humans, when we parse a scene, we don't think about objects in isolation, but we always think about the context and the relation between multiple objects in the scene. For example, if you look at this image, we realize that the one here is not a physical car, but is actually painted on the billboard. Because we just look at the context, we look at the position of the car and its relation with the billboard itself. This is indeed a problem for real robotics application, where the lack of this common sense scene understanding leads to perception failures. If you don't trust me, you can just look at a couple of examples. This is one from Tesla. Let me maybe restart the video. So here you see that the Tesla system is looking at a bunch of traffic lights on the truck, but it's failing to understand that the traffic lights are moving with the truck. So it's failing to understand the relation between the truck and the traffic lights, and this translates into perception failures. Therefore, the work I'm going to present today is about high-level 3D scene understanding and addresses the question, can we develop algorithms and perception systems that allow our robots to understand 3D scenes, including geometry, semantics, and relations? Towards this goal, I'm going to present two sets of works. The first one is about metric semantic mapping in single and multi-robot systems, including Chimera and Chimera Multi. And the second is about real-time 3D scene understanding with 3D scene graphs, and includes recent work on real-time 3D scene graph construction with what we call Hydra. So let me start with Chimera. I'm sure many of you have seen this, but our first contribution has been designing perception systems that can understand metric and semantic aspects of a scene in 3D. In particular, a couple of years ago, we released Chimera, which is a library for metric semantic 3D reconstruction. Chimera uses standard camera images as well as inertial data, and it's producing what you see here, which is a 3D mesh. Not only the 3D mesh, but the 3D mesh has annotation with semantic labels. For example, I don't know, gray here is the ground, green, dark green are the walls, light green are the chairs, and so on. So Chimera includes a state-of-the-art visual inertial odometry module based on IMU pre-integration and implemented in GTSAM, which is about estimating the trajectory of the robot as it goes. Moreover, it includes a 3D mesh reconstruction module, which performs metric semantic voxel-based mapping on a CPU and converts the mapping to a 3D mesh. So rather than going into the details of these modules, which are quite standard at this point, for today, I want to highlight a couple of extra modules in Chimera, which I like and I find pretty unique. The first module is what we call post-graph and mesh optimization. So you have to imagine that as the robot explores the environment, it is able to reconstruct its own trajectory, which you see in red, in a 3D mesh. However, at some point, the robot will establish some loop closures, right? For example, the one that you see in blue. And the question is, in response to the loop closures, how can we deform at the same time the trajectory of the robot and the mesh to enforce the loop closures? So in our work, we've shown that this can be done using a deformation graph approach, which is about transforming the problem into an optimization problem over poses, and then solving this optimization problem to find the best deformation of the trajectory and the mesh that is consistent with the loop closure. We also show that this problem can be formulated as a standard post-graph optimization problem, so you can use just standard tools such as GTSAM to solve it. Visually, I think the video on the right is a good example of what's going on. Imagine that the robot is starting on the bottom left, is going around, and you see a top view of the map the robot is reconstructing. As the robot is coming back to the initial location, here is establishing this loop closure, and to post-graph and mesh optimization is able to correct the overall mesh in a single optimization step. The second unique feature of Chimera that I want to point out is its robustness to outliers. In practice, it is common that loop closures produced by place recognition modules will have errors and might provide incorrect loop closures or outliers. If you don't correctly handle the outliers, you end up with a very bad trajectory estimate. For example, here, you see a trajectory estimate which is completely incorrect because of the presence of these bad loop closures in blue. On the other hand, Chimera includes a robust post-graph optimization approach that is able to discard incorrect loop closures and return correct trajectories as the one that you see at the bottom. Our robust post-graph optimization approach is based on what is called graduated non-convexity, or GNC, and is robust to a large number of outlier loop closures, up to 90% outliers. So the video here is showing some qualitative results about the application of GNC, graduated non-convexity, where you see the trajectory being optimized and the corresponding 3D reconstruction, and you see the number of iterations at the bottom left. So let me replay this again. After few iterations, after a few iterations, you see that the trajectory is converging to a reasonable trajectory and 3D reconstruction. And in the figure, I'm showing some statistics about the error in the trajectory for increasing amount of outliers. And again, the percentage of outliers that you see at the bottom is up to 90%. And you can see that graduated non-convexity has a small trajectory error and is robust to an extreme amount of outliers, dominating state-of-the-art approaches, including dynamic covariance scaling or PCM. Over the last 2 years, we also spent some effort in extending Chimera to work in multi-robot systems in collaboration with John Howe at MIT, leading to what we call Chimera Multi. Chimera Multi allows multiple robots traversing an environment to build a joint metric semantic mesh in real time and in a distributed fashion. So each robot here is simply running Chimera, but the unique thing is that when the robots meet, they can execute a distributed protocol in order to detect loop closures between them and to optimize both their own trajectory and the mesh. The result is what you see here in the slide. You have this 3D mesh being built in a distributed way by multiple robots, where, as we said, the colors in the mesh correspond to semantic labels. For example, grass, vegetation, vehicles, and so on. We also had some fun deploying these on real robots, including the Jackal robots that you see at the top right of this slide. The video shows each robot performing local mapping and reconstructing their own trajectories, as well as I said, the local map. And you can see that the trajectory is drifting quite a bit because that's just a VIU estimate. But when the robots are meeting each other, they're able to establish these loop closures and correcting their trajectories, as well as the mesh. And over time, the mesh gets better and better. In terms of quantitative results, you can see the tables on the right here. The top one is showing trajectory errors. So you see that we have fairly long trajectories in the orders of hundreds of meters. And the VIU estimate, which is in one of the columns, has a fairly large error, tens of meters. But Chimera Multi, which is able to find these loop closures, has an error of a few centimeters. Not only that, but Chimera Multi is a distributed system, so we're seeing a lot of communication effort just through this distributed protocol that the robots are implementing. Okay, so in the next part of this talk, I want to take a step further and introduce the idea of 3D scene graphs. 3D scene graphs are a new map representation for robotics. In particular, a 3D scene graph is a hierarchical model where at the bottom, at the lowest layer, there is a metric semantic mesh, which is pretty much the same as what I described in the previous slides. But as you go up in the hierarchy, you're abstracting the mesh into higher level semantic concepts, including objects, places, rooms, buildings, and so on. More formally, a 3D scene graph is a directed graph where nodes are spatial concepts and edges represent spatio-temporal relations within concepts. For example, an edge may represent that an object I is a room J at some time T. So this finally allows, I started as a motivation talking about the importance of capturing relations. Finally, with this graph representation, we can finally capture relation among objects. And not only that, you can realize that 3D scene graphs are a unified representation for robotics. They're unifying metric representations, such as the dense mesh that you see at the bottom, landmark-based representations as the object layer that you see in the middle, as well as topological representation, such as the graph of places. Finally, a robot which is able to build this representation will know about objects, rooms, and other semantic concepts, and can therefore execute high-level commands from a human. Our first attempt at developing an algorithm to reconstruct 3D scene graphs is what is called Chimera DSG, as in dynamic scene graphs. The approach first constructed the 3D mesh using Chimera. That's what I discussed in the previous part of the presentation. Then extracted objects from the mesh using either a simple Euclidean clustering or some 3D registration algorithm. And on top of that, Chimera DSG used a volumetric representation to compute a topological map, what is called the generalized Voronoi diagram of the environment, which is just a skeleton of the environment, and was extracting from this skeleton the different rooms in the environment itself. Another cool feature of Chimera DSG was its capability of estimating dense models of humans moving in the environment while mapping. It was pretty cool. So Chimera DSG allowed us to obtain compelling 3D scene graphs of large-scale environments. The video here is showing a reconstruction, a 3D scene graph for a fairly large environment. It is zooming in on one of my favorite layers, which is the layer of humans or agents and objects. The downside of this approach is that Chimera DSG took around 30 minutes, fully automatic, but took around 30 minutes to build a 3D scene graph, making it impractical for robotics. In particular, the extraction of places and rooms required really processing a monolithic representation of the environment, which was slow. And more importantly, since the trajectory and the mesh are changing every time we have a loop closure, Chimera DSG will rebuild a 3D scene graph from scratch after each loop closure, which is clearly like, impractical for real-time operation. So today I'm happy to report for the first time that we have the first algorithm which is able to reconstruct a 3D scene graph in real time. In particular, over the last year, we have developed Hydra, which is a set of algorithms and systems that build all the layers of a scene graph in real time as the robot explores the environment. So here, if I restart the video, you see that the robot is starting to move across the environment, is building the 3D mesh on the fly in a matter of milliseconds, is estimating its own trajectory using a combination of VIO, loop closures, and so on, is figuring out objects in the environment, is extracting on the fly a topological map of places, which is useful for navigation, is clustering the places into rooms, and then finally clustering rooms into buildings. So there are several insights behind Hydra. I will just comment on a couple of them. First of all, we realized that we can extract a topological map of the environment on the fly as we build the volumetric representation in Chimera, instead of processing a monolithic voxel-based representation as was done in our previous attempt. So we can get the graph of places pretty much for free as we map the environment. Second, we can segment the graph of places into rooms using a fast community detection method. And in general, we realized that we never have to build a voxel-based representation of the entire environment. We can just get around that and just build a local map on the fly. So just to show you this working on a real data set, here I'm showing Hydra running on a data set collected in a student residence at MIT. You see the images at the top left, semantic segmentation from a standard neural network in the middle, scene graph and top view of the scene graph. And here is a bit difficult to parse, but there is a first floor, then the robot goes up the stairs, and there is a second floor, and then the robot is going downstairs again and coming back to the original location. And the cool thing here, I will replay the video for a second, is that first of all, we show that with scene graphs, we can develop better descriptors for place recognition. We can inform place recognition with information about objects, rooms, and so on, and we can make place recognition much, much better. Second, we also develop a technique for 3D scene graph optimization, which in one shot, as a result of loop closure, as you see in a second, is correcting the entire factor graph, the entire scene graph. And indeed, what we show is that we can convert the scene graph into a factor graph and just optimize it in one shot. Running late, so we'll just show for a few seconds these slides. We are having some fun deploying Hydra on real robots, in particular the Unit 3A1 that you see at the bottom left. This is one of the first results we are doing at MIT. And let me speed this up a little bit. So you will see that despite the fact that the semantic segmentation is not perfect, the map at the end will look quite reasonable. I think there is a lot of work to be done to capture well the objects, the rooms, and so on, but this is encouraging as an initial result. Also considering that we can go with DA1, explore a fairly large area, and get a reasonable map. And I think the most interesting part of this is that we were also able to run Hydra on an embedded computer. You see the statistics at the bottom right. So these are statistics computed with Xavier NX, which is a credit card-sized embedded computer. And you can see that we can run most of the layers, all the interesting layers about objects, places, and rooms in a matter of milliseconds on an embedded computer. So this is something that we can run right now on a robot. Okay, it's important before I conclude that I mention that 3D scene graphs provide incredible opportunities and challenges. So for instance, the hierarchical structures of scene graphs allow speeding up planning. In particular, in our previous work, we've been showing that with 3D scene graphs, you can speed up planning by 2 or 3 orders of magnitude with respect to voxel-based representation, just because you leverage the hierarchical structure. Second, the use of a graph-based representation, as in scene graphs, opens the door to high-level reasoning and to tools such as graph neural networks. For example, in our NeurIPS paper last year, we showed that we can use graph neural networks to reason on the high-level semantics of the scene graph, and for example, infer which type of room the robot is in from the objects within the room. And at this ICRA, we're going to show that 3D scene graphs and these kind of high-level representations are powerful representations for reinforcement learning. So in conclusion, today I mentioned that there is still a large gap separating robot perception from human perception, And we have to move beyond SLAM and think about high-level real-time 3D scene understanding. I presented a number of contributions toward that goal, including Chimera and Chimera Multi, which are real-time systems for metric semantic SLAM in single and multi-robot systems. I presented this idea of 3D scene graphs, and I presented Hydra, which is the first approach to build a 3D scene graph in real time. And probably the important bit is that Hydra is going to be released open source during RSS next month. There are many challenges here. I will mention just the first one, probably for the sake of time. Most of the approach in Hydra is bottom-up. We start from a mesh and we abstract it away into high-level semantics. But we also need some top-down process. In other words, we need a tight coupling between geometry and semantics, which can also compensate for some robustness bottleneck and for our reliance on an accurate 2D segmentation. So I'm out of time. I will close here, and I will thank you for your attention.
All right. Good morning, everybody. It's really wonderful to be in person again. I am going to talk about learning to map for semantic navigation. This is work by Georgios Georgakis and Bernadette Booker. They are both the first authors in the work I will present, as well as Anton Siddharth, Karl, and Nick Matney. So 5 years ago, we had presented in Singapore our semantic SLAM, where we focused on good robot and object poses using semantic key points for learned for objects, and also making sure that we have a very good solid framework for probabilistic data association for both feature points and objects. And since then, this framework we have applied in many planning problems, as well as extensive mapping. Here in the video, you see a reactive semantic planning as used in the work by Dan Kodicek and his students. And in a scenario where a ground robot changes their plan based on any new semantic information. So today I'm going to talk though about mapping, not localization, but only mapping. And mapping as it is relevant directly to tasks that have to be executed in unknown environments. The first task, and I'm not going to go into that, but you can attend our talk next Thursday, is point nav, which is really going from A to B in an unknown environment. So starting from a random position in a novel environment, navigate to target coordinates specified to your original position. And this problem, so in the past, we really solved it using also SLAM. And many times we solved it by just doing a very simple, like frontier-based exploration. Frontier-based exploration, though, as I will show, is not efficient in complex environments. So we need something where we are going to learn actually the space of shapes of environments in order to efficiently simultaneously predict the environment and going to the position. And even more important is semantic mapping and navigation, where when we're starting from a random position, again, in an unseen environment, for example, find an object of a specific class. So in this scenario here, we are, although I have spent most of my time in localization, structural motion, I am a traitor here. I assume that somebody will give me this. And I focus only on predicting the map and efficiently going to a specific object. So I have an oracle that is giving me here a good position and orientation x, y, and theta, we assume that we have RGB as well as depth information. And we want to just go and find an object of a specific class. So in traditional SLAM and semantic SLAM, we still focus on the L, as I said, on the localization and the structural motion. And we usually do an exhaustive M. In all the talks, even the deep learning talks you hear about semantic SLAM, you really just try to explore your environment in a quite greedy way. And we rarely consider navigation tasks like going from A to B at the same time as mapping. Usually when we use SLAM in those downstream tasks, we require that we create the map first. And when we create the map, we try to exploit algorithms like maximizing of coverage, etc. So here we're interested in tasks where the agent must navigate without access to a map in an environment. You're thrown in an environment and you have to go to a sofa. And there has been some recent work that tries to solve this problem called ObjectNav. There is a simulation environment based on the habitat based on the Matterport 3D apartment maps. So we are this Matterport environment are really have quite high visual complexity. I argue that it is much higher than Kitty. For example, they have a large layout variations, and it's the line of sight to things is quite limited. So by the vast majority of the cases, when you go from A to B, whether B is coordinates or semantic objects, the B is invisible. So this task comes with a very high uncertainty. So you have to go somewhere where you don't see where that is, and you don't have a map, and you don't have also the time to do a slow exploration approach. So you really need to hallucinate where this object might be, or even where the walls are. So you're giving observations with respect to your own coordinate system, RGB and D, and a goal, and the output is just the next agent action. So turn, move, or stop. And what we have to do as an intermediate goal to achieve this is really to predict where the target position might be relative to our position. If we predict where the target position will be, then we can apply any policy or RL policy to really go to a specific position. So given the RGB information, in order to predict where is the target, it requires that we are predicting areas which we don't see. That's why I use the word, I prefer personally the word hallucination rather than prediction. Because it differentiates what you are seeing while you're mapping the environment versus what is behind the walls. And then after you find the target, then it is what I described as A to B. You have already coordinates, and you try to find these coordinates in them also with the shortest paths, avoiding walls and other obstacles. So our proposed architecture to solve this problem is the following. We are using a semantic segmentation of the scene, as other speakers this morning have both Daniel and Luca have shown. And we use a depth. There is very little geometry in our approach. So M hat is the depth, the M hat is the occupancy prediction by back projecting the depth. P hat are the probabilities of semantic prediction as back projected from our semantic segmentation of the image. And we are running a probabilistic registration in order to register views that have been seen while moving. And then we run a prediction with an associated uncertainty. And this associated uncertainty, because it is really like the main ingredient of our approach, I'm going to go in depth later. After we predict the environment, including places where we have not, which are not on the line of sight, we select a goal and we try with a local policy to go to this goal. So a little more in-depth look into that. So we have a depth prediction, which is pretty much gives the coverage an occupancy map, as we know it from classical robotics. Our main model we use is like a unit architecture for both the coverage and the semantic segmentation. And we have, at the end, we have a prediction of which is covered like traversable versus non-traversable, and what is the semantic label for every grid in the occupancy map. And during training, we really try to, given a specific observation, we try to predict a much bigger area we try to learn to predict a much bigger area than what we see. So again, during the learning of this distribution of environments, we need to be efficient, and we need to have a policy of how to learn. So this is still on the learning phase, not on going to a specific target. And we need an intelligent way to collect training samples by exploring the environment. So we follow information theoretic approach, where we really try to maximize the information gain. And we have used several ways to model this information gain during active learning. And we, at the end, after I will show actually quite a good experimental validation for that, that among all the models for information gain that we use the variance between an ensemble, which models at the same time the epistemic, like the model uncertainty of the network. So the way it works is that we have an ensemble of several networks. Every network gives, as we know, a vector of probabilities out of a softmax from the semantic segmentation. And in order to estimate the probability that we have a specific semantic label at a grid point, we take the mean over the ensemble. And in order to take, to model the uncertainty, we take the variance. And this is quite well described in work by Alex Kendall and Yarin Gal and others before them in active learning. And this is just to show you a visual representation. These four actually are columns are different models. And this is versus the ground truth. And the variation of the model is a quite good representation of how uncertain is our predictor. So not how uncertain our measurements, okay, which is the aleatoric uncertainty. So during the active actually part of the process, we try to go to places where when we're collecting samples, we try to go to places where this uncertainty is high. Now, during real operation, when we try to go to a specific object, we again exploit the epistemic uncertainty, and we have the traditional exploration and exploitation trade-off, which is really manifested here in the between the values of the confidence we have in which is the probability, the mean of the output of the soft maxes of the model, and the variance, which really models the epistemic uncertainty. And here we have we can choose between the two extremes of the policies, which is one is to have a safe exploration, where we choose the highest low confidence lower bound. And the other is the highest upper bound, where we pretty much do an optimistic exploration. And we have two parameters there which are really hyper-tuned, which are tuned to hyperparameters which are tuned during validation. So we have also a mixed strategy where it is somewhere in between, which is between the exploitation and exploration, and where we are learning also the parameters of this strategy. So there is a second learning process, which is not just to predict the map, but also on how to predict the goal to which we want to, the position of the goal which we try to reach. So we estimated separately the map prediction, and we estimate both the occupancy as well as the semantic prediction. And you can see both the IOU and the F1, we are still actually quite low, and this is not only the 25%, but this is better than the 20% which we would achieve if we would really run an offline learning approach. So we compared also all the information gain measures, like both the entropy, the mutual information as described by Alex Kendall and Niall Houlsby, and also the variance in the ensemble. And we have seen that the best actually performance is really achieved in the learning, is achieved by the variance. This is our performance in predicting the map, the semantic map. And we see that our active strategy really actually has a quite good performance over all classes, while other approaches, other information gain measures do pretty badly in some classes. And this is in the performance in the actual navigation task, and where we compare actually the trade-off between exploration and exploitation. And this is comparing to other approaches like the semantic exploration for Chaplot, and also from classic approach like the frontier-based explorations. And you see that this is a really hard task, not only the state of the art, the semantic exploration before us, but any other classic approach, everything is still in a success rate of about 1/3 of the trials. And if you compare it also with, if you weight also with the length of the path you achieve, the success rate is pretty low. And this is quite still open problem. And I really urge you to work on that. I'm really finishing. So these are some qualitative results. And here actually you see how we are, what we are seeing. And this is what we are predicting even beyond what we see. And this is the uncertainty in the bottom. It is the uncertainty representation during the actual goal selection. So yeah, I will finish with, so we did also work from going, using only the occupancy part of it, but with similar information measures. But the take-home message is that there is no way to be efficient in accomplishing a task while mapping without learning an environmental prior. You really have to learn the shape of environments, and you have to learn to hallucinate where are things even if you don't see them. To learn the shape of environments and the distribution of priors, you have to do it with active learning, and you have to choose the right information gain. For us, it was really the variance representing the epistemic uncertainty. And during inference, you have to model the trade-off between exploitation and exploration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So good morning. My name is Anthony Opipari. I'm a second-year PhD student at the University of Michigan and a member of the Laboratory for Progress. And so on behalf of myself, my co-authors, I'm really excited to be here. It's my first conference, actually. And I'm going to be presenting on our work, differentiable nonparametric belief propagation. So in this project, we were really interested in robotic perception for uncertain environments. And so in particular, when we think about uncertain environments, we typically think about pose estimation where we have a lot of occlusion within the environment or noisy sensor data. So broadly, there have been two very successful classes of techniques applied within perception for uncertain environments. So on the one hand, we have generative probabilistic inference. So on the left side, I'll play a clip that's actually from a project that came out of our lab a few years ago where we applied a belief propagation algorithm to pose estimation of this fetch robot given noisy point cloud data. And so generative probabilistic inference and data-driven neural networks would be the other broad class of approaches. They both have advantages and disadvantages. So for probabilistic inference, the algorithms tend to be what we call diagnosable. So that is, from a probabilistic perspective, we can interpret the algorithms, and with all of their estimates, we'll have some measure of uncertainty that goes along with the output. One downside, though, with these approaches is that they tend to be very expensive. So from a computational standpoint, the algorithms tend to be very expensive to actually compute the probability distributions that are output. But also from a domain knowledge perspective, it's typically very difficult to design these probabilistic models. On the data-driven neural network side, though, they tend to have very complementary trade-offs. So whereas probabilistic inference is slow, data-driven neural networks tend to be very scalable. So you can apply them to large data sets and to new unseen data sets without much domain knowledge. But on the downside, though, they tend to be inexplicable. And so in this project, we were really interested in trying to understand whether or not we could sort of bring these two like advantages of both of them together to achieve the best of both. And so if we think about where this idea fits into the sort of trends that we see within the field, what we typically would see historically is that probabilistic inference algorithms would be implemented as an expert model-based paradigm, where you'd have some expert with a complex probabilistic model. So in this case, on the left-hand side, the probabilistic graphical model is using known observed features from the environment and known models about how the domain sort of operates. And at that point, neural networks have kind of become very, very popular. And so what we see now is that a labeled data set will typically take the place of what would have been a domain expert in the past. And these labeled data sets then are used to iteratively train the neural network. And so what we see as a really exciting direction for future work is to try and bring these two worlds together. So we could still have a labeled data set. So we need less domain knowledge, but trying to capture those advantages of the probabilistic inference algorithms. And so our goal in this project was to try and minimize and potentially eliminate the costly handcrafting that typically would go into belief propagation as one particular example of a probabilistic inference algorithm. So we're not the only people thinking along these lines. So there's been a lot of recent, really exciting work kind of trying to apply learning for graphical models. So I can't cover all of them, but I've highlighted a few on this slide that were inspirations for this project. And in particular, I'd point out the differentiable particle filter was really a key source of inspiration for our thinking in this work. The one thing, though, that we tried to kind of extend was, and try and understand, is if we could extend some of these ideas where you'd replace certain functions within a particle filter to higher dimensional spaces where we would still want to do inference. And so we targeted belief propagation as an interesting algorithm with a lot of benefits that we could target. So at a high level, this is the approach that we introduced in this paper. So we call it differentiable nonparametric belief propagation. And we looked at articulated object pose estimation as the problem that we were interested in applying it to. So the way that this model gets applied is there's typically some unobserved data that we want to model. So in the case of articulated object pose estimation, we could take trying to estimate the pose of the human hand as an interesting problem. So we would model that as a probabilistic graphical model where the 21 joints, let's say on the human hand in 3D space, would be unobserved, but our robot would have some visual information like an image or a depth image that it could try and use to understand where the unobserved variables are. And so belief propagation will encode that probabilistic graphical model into what's called the joint probability density function. And then by applying the belief propagation algorithm, you'll get on the far right-hand side, like an estimate of the pose of each of the individual parts conditioned on that observed data. And so what we did in this project that's a little bit different is we would insert then differentiable neural networks to replace what would have been those handcrafted probabilistic functions in the joint PDF, and then use backpropagation and gradient descent to train the individual neural networks. And so the training objective in this application is we try and train the network parameters to maximize the belief at the ground truth location of each of the parts pose that we're interested in. And so we then looked at two applications of this proposed algorithm in this project. So the first one that I'll highlight was a simulated data set where we try and track the pose of an articulated pendulum. So in this case, we have color images coming into our model, and then they're fed through our differentiable nonparametric belief propagation algorithm. We train the algorithm to try and estimate the pose of the dumbbell pendulum in space as it swings amidst clutter. And then we would apply the model at test time to unseen sequences. And so I'll highlight one result. So I'm going to play these two videos side by side. So on the left-hand side is going to be the pendulum swinging in a case where there's no occlusion. And then on the right-hand side, that same pendulum is swinging, but the orange or sort of pink square that we've added in the center is an occluding sort of obstacle that would obstruct our robot's vision. And so the really nice result that we see is that in the case of occlusion, our model has higher uncertainty precisely at the time steps in which the pendulum is occluded. So the uncertainty in this case is modeled in the line charts below each of the swinging pendulums, and we measure that by entropy. So the next problem then that we looked at was human hand tracking. So in this case, it's a more realistic, non-synthetic data set where we have depth images come into our model. We follow that same training and then testing process. And in this case, the dimensionality of the problem is much larger with 21 individual unobserved variables. And so I'll highlight one particular sequence qualitative output that we have here. And I'd point out the third and the fourth column of the results here, where on the third column, we show the ground truth pose of the human hand overlaid on the depth image. And then the fourth column shows our estimate. And so the main takeaway here is that it's showing evidence that our model DMVP can be applied successfully to a more realistic robotic pose estimation task. And in particular, a task where for robot adoption, having a measure of uncertainty, which our model provides, would be really crucial to avoid making catastrophic errors by the robot. And so in conclusion, we presented this differentiable nonparametric belief propagation algorithm, and then we showed two qualitative outputs, one where the output uncertainty by DMVP was promising for noisy environments, and then a second example of a more realistic pose estimation task where DMVP was successful. And I think we have a few minutes for questions, potentially. I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to give a talk. Yeah, so this morning session was amazing, right? With Daniel and Luca showing amazing SLAM results, and I'm not going to show you any of that. But suffice to say that some of that work at least is done with factor graphs, and some of them with GTSAM, and so I'll talk a little bit about the things that I've been thinking about to extend GTSAM beyond what it's typically been used for. And so I'll talk about legged robots. So just a quick intro about factor graphs and GTSAM, and I'll talk about GT dynamics, which is I won't narrate the outline. Let's just dive right in. So factor graphs can represent many robotics problems, right? So, and I've given a talk about this before. You can use it for tracking, for switching systems that I'll talk a lot more about. For optimal control even, so I won't talk about how to use factor graphs for acting, but you can do motion planning and acting, and even classical planning with factor graphs if you are in the discrete realm. And then, of course, in this workshop, you'll be intimately familiar with pose graphs, SLAM with landmarks, and then sort of the computer vision equivalent of that, which is structure from motion. And factor graphs are cool, and they use linear algebra. And in the back end, we translate everything to matrix factorization. But I would argue that they're also really cool to talk to your colleagues about stuff, and about sensor fusion, and about which sensors give what information, and how the whole problem is connected. And I've seen that work in many different contexts, and it is truly a cool language to work in. So that's the point. And so GTSAM is one of the libraries out there. This is the Georgia Tech version of it. It's a C++ library, but you can get access to it via Python or MATLAB. We're now at approximately version 4.2. We're in alpha release mode. And we're creating 2 different books based on GTSAM. And it's all based on manifold optimization and Lie groups, and there is even some reverse AD in there, which many of you know as backprop. One interesting sort of secret weapon that's inside GTSAM is the pre-integrated IMU factor, which saves up inertial measurements and then puts them into post constraints without the polluting influence of gravity. And that is very important in applications where you have VIO, etc. And we use that in the context of legged robots as well, which is why I highlighted here. And of course, that's work by Luca and Christian Forster. And so when they were visiting my lab, and so this is awesome work. All right, so the first sort of expansion of GTSAM is GTD, is GTSAM plus dynamics. And this is work by Maani Ghaffari and Yetong Zhang. It's still baby steps. But what it is I read these books about robot dynamics, and they're complicated. It's a lot of math, and it's a lot of Lie algebra, and I do understand that stuff, but it's not easy to teach. And so I was thinking, how can you teach this in a more in a simpler way? And I decided, well, we can express all these dynamics as a factor graph. So we introduced new factors that are about the relationship between 2 links of a robot arm, right? And so they're related by a rigid transform, mediated by the joint angle. And that's just kinematics, but you can also express dynamics in this way, where you talk about the inertial, the Coriolis forces, the inertial matrix, and all these things. And so you can express the entire dynamical state of a robot into one large factor graph. You can replicate it over time and then do kinodynamic planning, meaning you plan with both kinematics and dynamics jointly. And so this is a small example where there is a robot arm that's asked to lift a weight, and the kinodynamic planning has figured out that you sort of first have to bring the weight back to close to where the base is, and then push up, and that then minimizes your torque efforts. And we've taken this sort of planning, motion planning. So Yetong has done work, and that was published at IROS, where you can model even very complex systems like soft muscles. That's a very hot topic in robotics as well, where you have soft actuators. They have very interesting dynamics. It's dynamics, it's pneumatics really, and then you can put everything in sort of a phased factor graph and optimize for the different phases to make the robot jump as high as possible, say. Right, so that's one extension, is to sort of bring dynamics into the factor graph world. And so maybe some of you are wondering, so what does this have to do with SLAM and mapping? And so let's go to more state estimation topic next. So here are some examples where the robot is sort of jumping high, and we validated this with simulation versus real world, and we are able to match reality quite well, actually. So in legged robots, people have used factor graphs before, and it's really great to see that now this factor graph language is so prevalent that everybody is using it in many different fields in robotics. And so at Michigan, Ross Hartley, that's even in 2018, they've used factor graphs and the pre-integrated IMU factor to do state estimation for bipeds. At Oxford, it's been used to fuse visual odometry, the venerable violence system, which is really one of the state-of-the-art VIO systems out there. You fuse it with a more classical antibiotics status meter. And at Georgia Tech, my student Varun has been leading our effort on integrating both this IMU factor and kinematics, right? And so we build on the work by Mandy, and what we do is we model each leg. So I think I've been told that this is a laser pointer, which of course doesn't help the people online. So maybe I'll just use the mouse, which doesn't show. Okay, so you have the black factor graph, which is a sort of a Markov chain, which is pre-integrated IMU factors, which, you know, on a legged robot, you have a good IMU to integrate this over time. And then we model each of the links with its own variable. And we have factors that relate the link poses with each other. And then here is a little bit of slam, okay? When a robot makes contact with the ground, that contact point is fixed. So as long as you're moving over that contact point, there is a landmark there that you can estimate, and you can say this is a constant thing. And unless, you know, there is slip, and so that's sort of the next thing here, right? So how do you model slip? But you can think of this as a large slam problem where we do the state of the robot, all their joint angles from noisy measurements, and then the map of foot contact. So this is completely blind. You know, the only thing we know is contact or not contact. There is no LiDAR, there's no camera, there's just an IMU and contact, right? And so we did this both in simulation on an A1, and with Oxford, we worked on their antibiotics animal platform. So it works in simulation. It's, you know, the IMUs when they work are really good. And so then if you aid them in a way, contact and the slam that you do on the contact positions is aiding the inertial measurements. And that's the only thing you have to do with an IMU. You have to aid it so that you reset the biases, and then IMU becomes like a super sensor. It's really amazing, okay? And so here's a lesson for people in the audience that are maybe sort of new to SLAM, et cetera. It's like, if you can tame your IMU, you're sort of unlocking a secret weapon. Now, if you don't aid the IMU, right, then you fly off to Mars. Okay, then your biases become unstable, and you're doubly integrating noise. So you really have to have some type of aiding mechanism. And the cool thing that with legged robots, you get aiding, like every footstep you get aiding. So here's a trajectory of the animal. So this is in a Vicon lab at Oxford where this was recorded. So we sort of have a ground truth. This was actually hard to get work, and that's the downside of working with IMUs. They're very annoying sensors to work with because you have to understand the biases, and if you just sort of hack at it and use it as a black box, you'll probably get bad results. And then so here's the map, right? So because the contact points are explicit variables in the factor graph, we are now estimating a map of contact. And so if the robot goes over terrain, for example, you get sort of a DEM, a digital elevation map, as to where the robot has been. All right, so there's more trajectories, and so this all works. So I'll stop talking about that in the interest of time. So cool, so GTSAM, factor graphs plus dynamics, that's a very cool way to extend. There's another very cool way to extend, and there is another talk at this workshop by Kevin Doherty from John Leonard's lab at MIT, who have taken this much further than we do. So here I'm just showing the baby steps that we're doing. We're working with Kevin, and we want to bring his stuff into GTSAM. But that new direction is hybrid inference. And what I mean by hybrid inference, well, if you have a factor graph for SLAM, everything is continuous. And so here's a little SLAM example, and you have a very strong relationship with linear algebra. So in a way, you're still in this familiar realm of, optimizing linear systems. Linear systems after you linearize, so the whole thing is nonlinear, but still continuous, still sort of at this point easy, I would say, right? And with base tree, you can do discrete modes into this mix, right? And with legged robots, of course, contact, for example, is a discrete mode, right? So, but there's other discrete modes. Sensors can fail, right? So, and we've seen the drastic consequences of that with the 737 MAX. That was one of these sensors that actually failed, and there was no redundancy in the system. So if you can model how sensors fail, that is incredibly important to, say, the aerospace industry. More sort of to the ground here is in legged robots, the discrete contact that every leg makes is a discrete decision at every time. And it's structured discrete decisions in a way. So that's another interesting thing. It's not that it's that a foot sort of randomly gets to the ground and vibrates there. It's like prolonged areas of contact and then swinged phases with prolonged and non-contact. So we can model these discrete modes with discrete variables. So we now need discrete variables inside the factor graph as well as continuous ones, right? And believe it or not, but people have been thinking about this problem for ages, all right? So in especially aerospace people, in the 70s, Golub came up with this multiple adaptive estimation, which is basically a bank of Kalman filters, and then these discrete variables, and you sort of try to make an average of these Kalman filters. And this is sort of a multiple hypothesis framework from the 70s, early 80s. But if you have factor graphs, so how can we bring this discrete thinking and multiple hypothesis thinking into the factor graph world? Well, you introduce them as discrete variables, right? And so this is a dynamic based network, but any dynamic based network can immediately be transcribed into a factor graph. So now the only thing is we have some continuous variables which you very well know how to tame, and then some discrete ones which you don't know how to handle. So our first foray in this is just to extend the multiple hypothesis system from the 70s into a factor graph framework. So I'm going to skip this slide for time reasons, but this is work by Fan, Jiang, and Varun. What we do is we take the smoother, so which is just a Markov chain factor graph. But now we have a bunch of them. Now we have, after 3 time steps, we have 8 of them, because at each time we could have made a discrete decision as to was this sensor faulty or not, and was this sensor faulty now or not. So we have this exploding tree of smoothers. But by putting them in a graph, and by thinking about incremental inference, where you condition the past on the present, you can arrange them in a tree and have very efficient inference anyway, especially when you couple it with pruning. So some of the discrete hypotheses are simply 0 probability, and so you can prune them away. And you can also couple it with marginalization. Marginalization is just forgetting about the past in a factor graph, really. So then you get disconnected factor graphs here in the marginalization parts. We've run this against MMAE on these typical aerospace problems. So, and sure enough, it works. And we're now looking at building this into these legged state estimators as a part of the entire state estimation framework. And that's also work with Oxford. And then finally, I'm going to say one last word. So this is a very specific solution, this IMHS incremental multi-hypothesis smoother, when you have a Markov chain as your underlying sort of factor graph. It's just a sequence over time, and you're trying to track, where you've been. And so Fan is now looking into what if you have more complex factor graphs that are completely general, right? And in GTSM, there are certain things that we can do easily. But Fan has been thinking, like with Kevin Doherty as well, so he'll talk later, about elimination, but applying elimination in a factor graph. And so he's thinking about, just eliminate all the continuous variables first, and then the discrete variables. And if you do this naively, you get very complex factor graphs, but you can also apply all these ordering heuristics to the discrete elimination game. So we have base trees that show how the cliques evolve, and then using nested dissection, which is an advanced sort of ordering elimination way, we can show that you can do this. So here I'll just show on the left is sort of a naive way of doing the elimination, and really corresponds to the tree of hypotheses. On the right, we really just divide the trajectory recursively into small pieces, and each piece only depends on a small subset of the discrete variables. So now you're starting to get beneficial, computational advantages. And then if you couple this with, I'll just skip this, but if you couple this with incremental inference, okay, then you can do pruning, and then there is hope that you can do this actually in real time, which we haven't achieved yet. Okay, so I'm giving you sort of the baby steps of where we are at, and I hope that this is inspiration for people in the audience that deal with discrete modes or contact or semantics, as Kevin will talk about. Semantic SLAM is also a really sort of hybrid inference. So cool. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, great. Thanks everyone for inviting me, and I'm very excited to be here. So I'm Nikolay Atansov, an assistant professor of electrical and computer engineering at UC San Diego, and I'll talk about signed directional distance functions. So first, I'll start by relating where we are in SLAM with motion and task planning. So in my view, some of the problems that we should be looking at going forward with SLAM is how do the representations that SLAM systems produce relate to motion and task planning. So for example, we do a lot of these landmark-based maps, but with them, with point landmarks, collision checking is difficult. We have volumetric maps, but a lot of them don't capture semantic information, which might be needed for task specification. Okay, we have work that does object detection and shape estimation, but a lot of this is not integrated in SLAM. If we're interested in using SLAM for manipulation, for example, I might be interested in estimating shape and pose. Yeah, okay, so I was talking about SLAM representations. Yeah, so, and then I've been working on active SLAM, where and besides collision checking, another interesting problem is, can you predict occlusions? And predicting occlusion is also challenging with current SLAM representations. So in my lab, we've been trying to work on some of these problems. So we've been focusing a lot on doing object level and semantic SLAM. So this is an example of our object SLAM system, in which we're detecting objects and estimating object key points and tracking those over time. And some of the contributions we have done to SLAM is to introduce object states into SLAM, as well as object factors or error functions, which can be optimized to have a map that includes, in this example, chairs and monitors along the camera's direction. And here, in addition to images and IMU information, we take key points and object detection, semantic segmentation as inputs, and we have error functions that we can use inside the SLAM system. An important problem as part of dealing with objects in SLAM is how do we estimate orientation. We have work which looks at using point clouds to do alignment across objects, and some of the interesting things we have done is how do we extract geometric features from a point cloud, and two problems that come up with observing objects you have never seen before is how do we retrieve a similar instance from a database of objects. So we need global features to do the alignment, as well as local features from which we can extract correspondences and estimate the object poses. We also have work which looks at estimating the object shape more accurately. So instead of just using geometric shapes like points or ellipsoids, can we integrate some more accurate shape representations? We have looked at signed distance function estimation to represent the object shape. So now an object state in SLAM is composed of the pose as well as a shape code, which represents the shape of the object. And I will give more details about this. So object level SLAM is great for providing task specifications, but we might not be able to do collision checking or other functions which require a denser representation. So another important aspect is, can we extend some of the dense formulations we have for SLAM, such as octal map, to also capture semantic information? So we have worked on introducing distribution over object categories in a volumetric SLAM representation, like an octal map. So we can get something like a semantic octree and run this on board the robot. We have seen work which uses signed distance functions for dense SLAM and has been very popular in recent years. So as an example, Vox blocks or Fiesta. These methods show that we can have a continuous representation of occupancy, which is very useful for trajectory optimization and collision checking, and can be built online from sensor measurements. It's interesting to consider doing this with semantic categories, and as well as how do we capture uncertainty in these signed distance function maps. So we have so the original Vox blocks or Fiesta formulations were just producing the most likely signed distance function without actually capturing uncertainty, which is again an important aspect to consider if you want to take this into account in motion planning or composition with a follow-up system. So we have work in which we've used Gaussian processes to model the signed distance function and enable this online and for multiple categories. So this is kind of an overview of the things we've been working on. But today I want to focus on a particular aspect. So I think signed distance functions are very promising representation for mapping, but I think they're missing one thing, and I'll give you a kind of our first approach to introduce viewing direction into signed distance functions as well. So let me now be a little more careful in defining what I'm talking about. So what is a signed distance function? So given a point X and a set O, a signed distance function measures the distance to the set boundary, and if you're inside the set, it gives a negative value. If you're outside the set, it gives a positive value. Okay, so here's an example with a chair, and there's been a lot of excitement around estimating signed distance functions with neural networks in the vision community, and so this is an example of a work from 2019 at CVPR. Called Deep SDF, which showed that we can use a fully connected neural network to represent the signed distance function. So the input is just a 3D point, and the output is the distance. So here's an example of what this looks like for this heart shape. The signed distance function can be approximated this way. Okay, so SDF models are nice. They provide gradients. They support collision checking. They can even be used as barrier functions in safe control to define invariant sets for where the robot can remain safe. But they have some limitations. So camera and range sensors are directional. So current signed distance function models cannot be trained directly from this kind of directional data. Usually some post-processing is required in order to obtain samples of SDF before we can train a signed distance function model. Rendering signed distance functions is also challenging. It requires post-processing and operations such as sphere tracing. It's difficult to measure the error between the data and the SDF model. And it's difficult to predict occlusions from a signed distance function, because again, you need to do some sort of ray tracing, which can be expensive. So I have been interested in whether we can introduce viewing direction into these signed distance function models. So we can define a signed directional distance function by introducing another input, which defines the viewing direction. So now I have two inputs. One is a point P, which is, let's say, in 3D, as well as a unit vector eta, which defines the viewing direction. So now I can define my signed directional distance function, or SDDF, to measure the minimum distance from the point P to the boundary of the object, but this time in the direction of eta. Okay, so as I said, this model can now capture viewing direction. It allows training from distance measurements directly, so from a depth camera or a LiDAR, instead of any sort of 3D shape supervision. It allows view synthesis. So if I place my sensor in a new, or if I have a new query location with a new viewing direction, I can ask to predict what the distance might look like from those viewpoints. And it allows occlusion checking in constant time, if we can represent this function, and removes a lot of post-processing steps, such as surface extraction or rendering. So here's kind of a comparison between an SDF and an SDDF. So here is a 2D heart-shaped object. On the bottom left here is what the SDF function looks like. And these are examples of what the SDDF function looks like for different viewing angles. So for example, if I'm viewing from down left at a 45-degree angle, the SDDF function looks this way. If I'm viewing from down right at a 135-degree angle, the SDDF function looks this way. Okay, so one question is, can we approximate such SDDF functions with a neural network? Yes, we can start with a black box model and directly train it, but I think there's more to an SDDF. So these SDDF functions satisfy certain properties which can be exploited to design a neural network model which can learn those more precisely. So one thing that's interesting to observe is that if we take the gradient of an SDDF with respect to position and project this to the viewing direction, this is -1, which kind of makes sense if you're a viewer and you're looking at a surface. As you're getting closer to it, the distance to the surface decreases at the same rate. So we get -1. Okay, this is great. So this means that SDDFs satisfy a certain structure. So we can understand this a little more carefully. I can kind of express this condition differently by defining a new function G here, where I add P transpose eta. P is the position again, eta is the viewing direction. So now this condition is exactly the same as saying that the gradient of this G function along the viewing direction should be 0. So now we get this simpler gradient condition. And that means that one of the degrees of freedom in the position is actually not important for representing those functions. Or to see this another way, if we rotate our frame of reference in a way that the viewing direction is a unit vector, that means that we can throw away one of the coordinates of P. It's not going to affect this function G. So more precisely, we can define a matrix R, which rotates the unit vector eta to just a unit vector, let's say 0, 0, 1. So here's an example. I can define R eta, which maps any unit vector eta to the vector En, which is the 0, 0, 0, 1 vector. So in 3D, it would be just 0, 0, 1. Okay, so with this, in this new coordinate frame, R eta, I can express, so this condition really means that the derivative of G with respect to the last component of the rotated position vector is 0. So that means that I have one less degree of freedom really to represent this SDDF function. Okay, so to summarize, so the class of SDDF functions if it's any function such that that can be represented this way. So I have some function f, which maps from the Rn-1 vector space cross the unit circle in n-1 to a value that looks this way. So if we now define a neural network which represents a function this way, we are guaranteed by construction, not cost function or anything like that, to produce valid signed directional distance functions as an output. So I can train a neural network with data, which includes positions, viewing directions, and distances. I can get this from a LiDAR scanner or an RGBD sensor, and I can train a network that simply does these operations. So I do this rotation to make sure I can drop one of my components, and then using exactly the same formulation as the SDF network, I can have a decoder which produces an SDBF. Yeah, and then we can introduce a latent code like in the SDF models to represent object categories as well. So let's look at some examples. So for example, we can do shape completion. So given an input, sparse point cloud here, after the model has been trained in a category of cars, I observe a new car from a particular viewing direction. I get a point cloud. I can now synthesize views of this object from any point of view I want. I can synthesize depth images or point clouds, and we can ensure that these point clouds are also multi-view consistent. So here on the bottom is an example reconstruction from multiple views, and we can see that they align well. We can do this for other categories. Similar to SDF, we can also do shape interpolation. So starting with one instance in an airplane category and just going through the shape code in the shape code space, doing interpolation in the shape code space, I can transform into another instance from the same category. And here's another example with sofas. Okay, so I'm going to conclude here. So I think going forward in robot perception and mapping techniques should really support motion planning and task planning better. I think it's important to think about integrating object categories, poses, and shapes. And in addition to supporting collision checking, I think occlusion checking and uncertainty quantification are really important things to consider, and as well as online and distributed inference. And today, I spend a little more time on signed directional distance functions. I think they're a promising representation as they're a continuous model. They offer collision checking and occlusion checking in constant time as a simple lookup operation, and it's really a new formulation. So there's a lot of new steps or new directions that could be explored, such as how do we model complete scenes? I only talked about a single object. Can we do efficient inference or online training? How do we quantify uncertainty, and how do we integrate this into a SLAM system? Thanks. I'll be happy to take questions.
So how does this develop from some of the recent work done with nerves that are also practicing path planning and
yeah, great question. So the NERF model is fairly similar in that it captures viewing direction as well as position, but NERF represents a radiance field. So you need to integrate along the viewing rays. So rendering in NERF is a lot harder, I guess, because you need to do the sampling step along the rays, as well as the model doesn't capture this gradient condition by construction. So typically the models tend to be larger and more difficult to train, even though recently we've seen some pretty impressive advances with NERF, where I've seen a NERF being trained in 4 or 5 minutes after pre-training with multi-view stereo. But this model is a lot simpler and it has this gradient condition. So I think it's promising for putting on board an actual robot and even considering something like training online, or at least fine-tuning online, which can allow online mapping, which I don't think is possible with a NERF model.
When you say that the only disadvantage with this book that this is just a volumetric model, it does not have any luminosity built into it?
Correct, yes. The current model only captures distance. We are thinking about extensions, at least into color and potentially lighting, but we haven't worked on that yet.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And before we get started, I want to thank Kevin for setting up this great workshop. He's put a lot of effort and time into doing it, and it's great to see everybody here. So congratulations, Kevin. So today I'm going to talk about a couple of projects. having to do robust mapping and localization. I put a picture of the couple of robots here, the same ones that Luca showed. But a lot of my work ends up dealing with multi-agent systems. And so you'll see the first talk I'll be dealing with on robust mapping for multiple robots. And then the second talk will be from some of Parker's recent work looking at some of the localization issues we've been trying to face. So let me just check, make sure I got it. Okay. So again, the first question then is looking at collaborative simultaneous localization and mapping, or CSLAM, thinking about how to do distributed algorithms, and particularly address the convergence rate issues that both Luca and I have been facing in the work we're doing on Chimera Multi. And in particular, thinking about these iterative solutions and the amount of communication that's involved in actually solving them. So I'll touch on that work, and that's mostly Yulin's work. And then the second one is thinking about point cloud loop closures and how to address that in the context of LiDAR. So moving on then, like I say, the first work is on distributed Riemannian optimization with lazy communication and collaborative geometric estimation. And I'll say that both of these papers actually are recent ICRA submissions. They're available on archive, so you can get the link up top and or just send us an email. We'll get you the papers. So this is the same video that I think Luca showed from a different perspective. He was focusing on the mesh networks and was showing how they're all combining together. Our work's focusing on the path planning. And so what you're seeing here is just a snippet of an experiment with 3 robots. They're driving around. You can see on the left what they saw. They're doing sort of their own path planning as they're doing it, but you'll see those loops or those paths drift apart for reasons that many of the other speakers have said this morning. But then when they do connect, you see that they start now doing the loop closures. And then over time, what you see is they're still running, and you'll see them beginning to iterate and converge. So what we're running here is a distributed optimization algorithm. The agents that are working collaboratively, they're obviously, when they're on their own, they're just running their own version of Chimera. But when they do see loop closures or have a chance to do loop closures when they actually meet, or at least when they pass places that other agents have been, they don't physically need to be in contact. They've just sort of gone by the same place. Then what they're doing is sort of getting a much better loop closure. So that sounds great. The challenge though, and again, thinking about sort of how to implement all this, what we're then posing or solving is this postgraph optimization. It's distributed. This particular implementation has a certification element that comes with it, and that's written up in a recent TRO paper that if you want to take a look. And ultimately what these agents are doing together then is just a simple problem like the one written over here. You have agents that basically solving for their own paths, and that's written in terms of the XI variable, and then shared elements as well, which are written in terms of Y. And so obviously there are constraints on these variables that are left out of the simple formulation, but they just give you a sense of what they're trying to solve. So again, they're doing a generic formulation, trying to do bundle adjustment with multiple loop closures that could possibly be there embedded, and the agents then are trying to estimate their own path and improve upon it by actually sharing these sort of loop closure possibilities that might have occurred. Sounds great. What's the challenge? Well, the challenge is that there tends to be slow convergence, and you see this in certainly for the fully distributed formulations. And the kinds of plots that we tend to show are the ones over here on the right. You'll see sort of an error versus iteration number. And now you'll see as a bunch, in this particular case, we're looking at, I think, an asynchronous algorithm and just thinking about how its performance changes as a function of the number of robots. And the point is, obviously, as the number goes up, the iteration goes, the conversion rate goes down. And what you do tend to see is a very fast initial convergence, and then it tends to slow down after that. So that's one element of the problem. The other is that because this is iterative, the agents are actually exchanging quite a bit of information at each iteration, and the result then ends up being quite communication intensive. And again, we're exchanging point clouds basically at every iteration here. So this is part of the challenge of its implementation. So what we've been thinking that is moving forward is how to implement a hierarchical solution framework to do this. Based on what we're trying to do then is have agents locally compute updates to their own private trajectories. That would be the X variable on the previous page. So in that way, we're leveraging local computation and preserving accuracy as well, or privacy, sorry, in terms of if there are things that I would like to keep private, maybe I don't exchange those with you and I only exchange the Y variables. The agents then transmit some summarization of that local information, which could either be in the form of a reduced gradient or diagonal blocks of a reduced Hessian over the shared map. So these would be the Y variables to a what I'll call a lead agent, not necessarily centralized here, but it could be sort of multiple lead agents. You could think about a hierarchy set up in many different structures, but we sort of just have one agent acting as the lead for that subgroup that we're talking about. The leading agent then computes the shared map updates. Again, these are the Y variables. on using possibly a preconditioned gradient descent algorithm, which in itself is also going to be faster, and that's going to improve the convergence of the entire team. And again, what we're thinking about here is that there's that fast initial part. What we're trying to speed up is the slow other part of the graph that I was talking about. Now, because of the way we're implementing this and only changing the diagonal blocks of the reduced Hessian, right away, this is giving us some communication efficiency improvements over the existing state of the art from Frank's previous work. So that was a good first step, but not enough. And so one of the other things that we had to do was to think about how we can make this more efficient than that. And one of the observations was that a lot of time when you're exchanging these gradients or Hessian blocks, that not very much changes from one time step to the next. And so we can actually take advantage of that. So over here on the right, the little cartoon, where maybe one grade block or one stack is sort of the gradient at one time step, and you go to the next time step, but only a couple of elements change. And basically what you then involve is a trigger on basically the significant enough changes, and then only communicate those to the lead agent. The lead agent then can do the same calculation, basically with a combination of the two pieces of information that have been sent. So this boils down to a lazy transmission of the communication, or the communicating based on this trigger variable, and it's important variable here, this epsilon that's sitting here in this equation. So basically, depending on how you pick epsilon, it requires more or less changes in these variables before you decide to communicate. But the result is, as you might expect, is going to be a significant communication reduction. The question is, yes, but how much reduction in performance we're going to have? Now the result, and it doesn't really roll off the tongue very well, it's LARP-G. We have to improve our acronym. But it's lazily aggregated reduced precondition gradient. Basically gets us to a form where by implementing this, we can now do, we can still provably converge or demonstrate convergence to first order critical points, which is basically what we had before. And it only requires very mild conditions in the parameter setting. So how does it work? Well, let's take a look. So again, we got a bunch of agents here, about 30 of them communicating. We're running the algorithm in distributed fashion. And on the left, you see the first plot showing pretty much what we would have expected, which is this is looking at error versus iteration count. And since this was focused on communication, we haven't actually changed the iteration count. So the good news is, in terms of does it have a negative effect, the answer is no. It's not like by changing the communication, we've actually made the iteration count get worse. So that's a good first sign. What's very positive to see is as we had hoped, that basically we are able to cut down significantly the amount of communication that actually occurs. And this is looking at the, well, again, error versus uploads. And you'll see that we get the same kind of error reduction without having to spend so much information being exchanged. How do we do that? Again, the third plot over here shows us what's happening is we're just sending a lot less stuff. And the point being, as we had observed, not much is changing. There's no point in sending it. We can make an efficient decision on how that should be done, and then make a decision whether to send it or not. So that's what it looks like on this problem. If we then tap into some on the other standard problems that people look at, we compare now in again a giant eye chart here, bunch of different experiments, databases we look at. We're comparing against two other baselines, PCG and DR, and the references at the bottom here. But what you'll see looking at LARP-G is that basically we're either the best or very close to the best in terms of performance, but importantly in terms of uploads, significant reduction in terms of what we actually need to exchange. So in terms of the SLAM scenarios, big improvements so far. When we look at some of the other structure for motion scenarios, again, similar deal. LARP-G, very good in terms of performance, if the best, if not close to the best. And again, significant reductions in uploads, which is in this column on this one here, okay? So what we've shown then is now we can do communication efficiency. This hasn't really addressed the iteration count. I showed that part of the plot was staying the same. So we're still iterating, we're just sending a lot less information across on the iteration. What Dylan's currently doing in his thesis work is looking at an improvement technique to basically get to that iteration count, taking a look essentially at the structure of the problem itself. And basically trying to address the ill conditioning in the problem formulation that's requiring so many of these iterations. That said, we are doing implementations right now, and this is a bigger picture of, I think Luca might have shown this plot as well. It's sort of a zoom out. And if you zoom in, what you'll see again are these multi-agent paths embedded in here. And this is the mesh they're creating around part of the buildings on the MIT campus. So we're implementing this, and that's the sort of the framework that we call Camillo Multi. But now we can embed this type of communication efficiency into the Camillo Multi framework as well. Okay. The other topic then is thinking about global data association, a topic that we've been looking at again with some of the work that Kaveh and I have done in the past with the student Parker. And then again, this paper is an archive if you're interested in it. Again, lots of papers and lots of different techniques been looking at how to do place recognition. The typical sort of visual place recognition approaches have been used. There are some difficulties. I won't go into too much detail on them. I'm sure you've heard of them before, just in terms of the different lighting and view and seasonal invariance issues that have to be addressed. So we're thinking about how to do this in the context of a point cloud, which allows us to sort of leverage some of the structure and the geometric cues in the problem formulation. But these tend to be challenging because of sometimes data sparsity in the actual data stream we're getting, but also the LiDAR data sometimes provides non-uniform sampling depending on the particular sensor you have. So some people have looked at how to approach this using global descriptors, and scanned context is one of the approaches we've been looking at, and that's shown some really good performance in driving in urban environments. The challenge, though, is that to do that geometric verification and close the loop, they actually require you retain the entire point cloud, so that then you can do the alignment using techniques such as ICP. So the question that we, Parker and I were trying to answer was, is it possible to do the loop closure using some geometric primitives? In this case, primitives might be lines and planes, things that you can easily detect in the LiDAR data itself, and thus avoid having to store and process all of those point clouds. Are we out of time, or? Oh, I was going to say, cover usually stands up when we're out of time. So it was what? And that way you try to capture the structure in a meaningful way. So that'd be great. But basically, loop closure in that case then requires that we will do verification and alignment between things like lines and planes in this case across two views. So you might have seen lines and planes. So for lines, you might think of things like stop signs and poles and trees and things like that. Whereas planes, you can imagine buildings and roads and possibly parts of cars. So to do that, then you need to be resilient to the feature detection noise. You need to be able to leverage the full geometric representation of what is a line and plane. So you need to be able to represent them in a very general fashion. And ideally not have to have an initial guess. Again, you'd be doing a global association for these things. All right, and so that's what we've been looking at. And so the framework then builds on, again, two aspects. One, for global data association, we've been looking at using techniques such as Clipper and Clear, algorithms that Kaveh has worked on. And again, in that framework, what you're looking at, and here's the classic sort of bunny, you're looking at associations, or sort of in the frame of the bunny, you're looking at associations between points, and that basically you're then trying to find the rotations and translations that explains the associations between the two different views, say, of that bunny. The point is that, and you've seen these kinds of pictures before, there's lots and lots of noise, lots of inconsistent or wrong associations that one can make. And what you're looking for are basically ways to find the consistent global associations that would then give you the actual graph, the actual solution that you can pull out of that messy data. Right? So that's the basic framework that's running in the background. So once we have these points and we have these, and we sort of figure out the associations between, say, lines and planes, we'll be using something like this to do the global data association. The challenge then becomes, how does one actually compare lines and planes? And this is where the real sort of trick is in this work. That basically, it turns out you can actually come up with a metric for determining the distance between what essentially are lines and planes. And it's using techniques that I never heard of before. And Parker, I'm looking at them, called the Grassmannian metric. And this gives you a way of figuring out the angle between, say, these two flats and these planes here, that is a measure of the separation between them in this particular manifold. So that's how you can measure things that are actually happen to pass through the origin. The problem we have is that not many of our lines and planes are going to pass through the origin of the frame that we're using. So the good news is that there's another technique you can use where you actually take lines, say, for instance, over here, which are affine, i.e. they don't pass through the origin, but you can actually sort of upload them into one higher level. So a line becomes a plane, and the plane now is affine and does pass through the origin. And once it's affine or does pass through the origin, then you can come over here and use the Grassmannian metric. So the point is that we're going to be driving around, seeing lots of planes, lots of poles. They're all going to be affine. We can map them into things which now pass through the origin in a higher on this manifold. Then we can figure out the distance between them. And once we know a distance metric, then we can figure out whether or not they're the same thing or not. And that's ultimately how we're going to end up doing the data association. And that's captured. There's one of the challenges, though, in doing all this is that in that mapping, when you go from basically the affine mapping I described over here, not everything is rosy, because it turns out it does quite a bit of distortion. and you don't want to be operating in this region over here. So basically, when you do the mapping, you want to be over here. So you have a nice discrimination between angles and distances. And so you have to be very careful how you actually do that. And Parker discusses in the paper the smart way of actually doing that kind of embedding. So you have to, there's a bit of a challenge in actually how this gets used. So here's the overall framework then. Again, you're going to be in a typical data association problem. You have a bunch of loop hypotheses, which are these sort of pairwise graphs. You find the distance between these points using the Grassmannian metric I just described. Again, involves the mapping up to the higher level and then using the angle. Once you've got that, then you select the associations, possibly many of them being really noisy. You use something like Clipper as an association algorithm to figure out which are the right ones. And then you have a connection now between lines and planes of one image and lines and planes of another image. So we can use lines and planes, and we can also now associate them between different parts of the or different images you might have seen. Just to summarize sort of some typical results, you'd be looking at rotation error, translation error. You want to be bottom left, of course. This is sort of a heat map showing you sort of in a probabilistic sense, where are we and we're sort of here. So this is what a good graph would look like. Okay, you're sort of bottom left with high probability. We're driving around Kitty, getting lots of lines and planes through the data. Some of these are really close together, and you'd expect ICP to work on this kind of thing, but others are really far apart, and you expect these to be hard. And so the question is, how well do our algorithm work, which uses lines and planes, compared to other algorithms out there that just use poles and others that just use planes? And so we're comparing graph match, our technique, with pole match and plane match. And again, here's our heat map over here. And again, this is the easy case. You would expect all of these to do pretty well, and they do. If you go to the medium ones and then to the hard, you'll find that these begin to degrade pretty severely, whereas again, ours is still down here bottom left. So graph match is doing a nice job of associating the lines and planes for even the hard case that some of the others that are out there cannot handle. Anyway, moving forward, there's still a need to move this into the real world so we can make nice videos like the people showed this morning, but we're still working on that type of manipulation, how to actually get this running in C++ in real time. But again, just to summarize, so we can possibly have some questions at the end. We have some new techniques we're doing the collaborative SLAM, looking at communication efficiency for multi-robot systems. And we've got these new techniques for point cloud loop closure, for handling or getting features in the LiDAR data itself to enable a more efficient sort of representation of the data as we collect it. And thank you for your time.
Right, thanks, Sarah. So it's a great pleasure to moderate this panel. We have a very distinguished set of speakers. For today, Kave mentioned, you know already some of the speakers by now. You should know them for sure. But just to recap, we have today John Leonard, who's professor of mechanical and ocean engineering at MIT and technical advisor at Toyota Research Institute. We have Nikolay Atansov, who is assistant professor in the Department of Electrical and Computing Engineering at UCSD. We have Andrew Davison, who is professor of robot vision at the Department of Computing at Imperial College London. And last but not least, we have Frank Dellaert, who is professor in the School of Interactive Computing at Georgia Tech and research scientist at Google AI. So Kave mentioned already the rules of engagement. The plan here is that I will kick this off with maybe a few general questions. I have plenty here, but I will start maybe with a couple of them. And then we'll open it up. You can raise your hand and ask questions. Kave will reach to you and we'll give you the mic. In alternative, you can walk to the mic over there, or you can simply use the link as Kave mentioned. Okay, so we'll get started just to break the ice here with a question about traditional methods versus learning-based methods. We've also already seen, we've all seen the advances over the last 10 years with machine learning. And at this point, many machine learning techniques are really dominating the state of the art in terms of object detection, semantic segmentation, and so on. And we've seen many of these examples today during the previous presentations. So we'll ask our panelists their take on really the role of traditional methods. Are end engineer methods obsolete at this point? Maybe we just have to train a big neural network end-to-end and we'll be done with perception. What do you guys think? So my plan maybe is to start with Frank, and then we'll go around the room for another on the table, I guess.
Yes.
I didn't get that one from your
but it's subtle. So we're also working on structure from motion and 3D reconstruction in a project called GT-SFM. And we did this very large scale evaluation of all sort of feature detection and description and matching. And lo and behold, after, testing 1,800 different combinations, you know what? The best performer was SIFT and some version of RANZAC, which is crazy, right? Because SIFT is hand engineered, 20 years old. But it's clearly that this is going to be breached, and it's just a matter of time. The crunch of archive is just catching up with us. So I think yes, hand engineered methods will become obsolete, but at the same time you see work by you where the sign distance method, you build in geometric knowledge into the architecture of the neural networks. So is it going to be all transformers, or is there room for building in geometry into neural networks? I think that's a very promising area of work.
Yes. So I think we still will need traditional methods for a very long time. Big question for me, domain adaptation is how do these systems work when you take it to a target environment that's very different than the training environment? But I recall, sadly, about 5 years ago, I gave a talk at the Midwest Robotics Conference in Chicago. And I gave this long talk about history of SLAM, and somebody at the very end raised their hand and they said, why don't you just train a deep network, and everything you talked about in your talk is completely unnecessary. And I felt so sad. But I think if we want explainable, understandable robustness, I think we need to sort of somehow find a blend of the traditional and the new to create more understandable algorithms, and specifically go back to domain adaptation as like the key requirement.
Okay, I'm gonna side with the no camp. So we're 2-1 now. I think deep models have obviously a big role, but I don't think hand engineered models are obsolete. I think one place where this is obvious is composition. I think if we want to provide any sort of guarantees for going from perception to planning, I think it's unlikely that an end-to-end deep model will be able to provide, kind of evaluate if the middle layers of a neural network have any sort of guarantees in terms of uncertainty or robustness. I feel that components still have a place in engineered systems. So that's my view. I feel like, yes, we can have deep models, but we need to think about input and output relationships and guarantees at those stages.
Well, I guess I would also say no. So I think we're at the beginning of a very long kind of journey here to, the kind of representation of 3D, spatial intelligence, if you like, that's really going to allow, robots to do general things. We're very, very far from that. And, deep networks can do very little at the moment in our area. They're certainly not in terms of building representations that enable action. So I think there's sort of, think about the long term, maybe that architecture that's in the lower brain of an animal that allows it to move around, understand space, do intelligent things in this incredibly efficient, novel way of exploring things. That kind of architecture that does that, I think we don't know how to make that. I suspect that we might be a bit closer in the things we're hand designing in SLAM systems than anything that current, architectures of deep networks do. Of course, I think that we'll, have to put learning into those systems, but I think there's going to be an awful lot of engineering, thinking, trying different things, learn something, but then rather than just scale that up with more data, think about what we've determined from that learning, redesign the architecture on the basis of that, iterating that over many, many years, especially to get to the kind of efficiency that we actually need for these systems.
Okay, this is the perfect segue into the next question. But before then, I realized we have a tie. So I think we have a couple of yes, a couple of no's. So live experiment. Who thinks in this room that the answer to this question is yes? Raise your hand. Live experiment. Okay, what about no? Okay, that's the robotics community. Okay, we have to see that. So folks, the second one is to push a little bit more on the machine learning side of things. And the question here is called machine learning, a matter of scale. So the reason for this question is that I'm pretty confused. I'm on Twitter these days, and I see that there are two sets of people on Twitter. Set of them are just saying that the AI is solved, just a matter of collecting more data, it's just a matter of scale, but the game is over. Another set of people are arguing that ML is hitting a wall, at least is reaching diminishing return at this point. So I think here, just to contextualize, I stole a picture from Bill Freeman and Antonio Torralba. I think it's from one of their courses, which is showing the enthusiasm towards learning-based approaches over time. And we all know there have been up and downs over the years. We start with a peak with the perceptron, then down with enthusiasm, AI winter, and so on. And then, like, at the current point, the question is to understand if next we're going to go down, we're going to lose enthusiasm, or maybe there is some exponential trend that will kick off of this. So for our panelists, the questions, I guess, are twofold. Do we just need to collect more data, maybe, and machine learning, like, will be the current tools for machine learning will be enough, or are we reaching, from your perspective in robotics, are we reaching a point of diminishing returns with the current architectures? Do we need another breakthrough or not, in particular for robotics?
By the way, I felt very alone. And I might feel more alone as we go on. But I don't know whether you guys saw this paper, Gateau, from DeepMind last week on Twitter. It was amazing, right? So they give it 1,000 tasks, and then it performs. It doesn't perform state of the art on new tasks, but robotic tasks is directly impacting your livelihood as a roboticist. And definitely the argument in that paper is, and this is Nando de Freitas, who realized when looking at the transformer architecture, yeah, this is it. I mean, we've lost. It's just more data that we need. But again, I think I think I'm in that camp that we need more data. But there's, again, a subtlety, right? So there's some work that has been presented at this conference, and we had a talk on it here as well. When you combine graphical models and belief propagation with the ability to learn the factors in these factor graphs that you're reasoning about, now you've unlocked something, right? Which is interesting. So I think we need exorbitant amounts of data right now. I mean, if you look at Palm, it's crazy how many parameters there are, etc. But I think we're in this low-hanging fruit era where we will realize how to do it with less data, how to use Bayesian inference, graphical models, and these things will come back to make it so that we are going to be more sample efficient. And in Gateau, that's already apparent because this is actually a rather small model if you compare it with GPT-3 or other models like Paul, which are gigantic. So, yeah.
But there is a loss that you mentioned there. Like when you're mentioning less data, maybe there is a concern about robustness. It seems that we need a breakthrough to get those. So,
well, definitely we need convex optimization and GNC, Luca. Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
So if I look at, do we just need to collect more data? To me, the emphasis we there on people, I think we need to set our robots loose so that our robots are collecting the data. I think too much of computer vision is from images harvested off the internet and kind of like human curated data. And I want to use the robots as the grad students and sort of imagine turning robots loose in the world to like it's a different experience for sort of an agent traveling through the world, collecting data that might be imperfect and messy. And so I want to go back towards the challenge of long-term autonomy, systems that have a lifelong existence and a memory and the ability to do things over time. And then the more data will emerge naturally through the sort of lifelong experience of the robot.
Yeah, I completely agree with what was said so far. I think a lot of the learning so far has happened on a big cluster in the cloud and collected and saved data over many, many months. It's and we really need data that's collected on board in real time. I think thinking about self-supervised learning on board robots is really a big frontier that will be a big change in how things are done. I don't know if we have big enough computers on board the robots to do something like this, but I really think collecting data on board online and going towards lifelong learning again is really exciting. And to me, that's the next step.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also really interested in lifelong learning, continual learning, and systems that learn, specifically in the place that they're in, because I think we've all probably had experiences of, take something like a trained semantic segmentation network, just point your camera at the corner of a room. It doesn't really work, not at all. I think those systems need to, be trained in situ, and they won't necessarily need that much data because, I think in a minute of experience of pointing a camera around a room, you can probably learn all sorts of things about the structure of a room. So do we need more data? I don't think so, not really for things like that. What we need to work on are how do we actually design the systems, the architectures that could actually learn really efficiently from a small amount of data. I mean, I was actually at Coral in December, and Nando said something similar to what he said in that tweet. And he said, whenever we run an experiment, we make sure we save all the data, and we've put a lot of emphasis on, how do we save and archive all of our data. I don't think that's right. I don't just bucket loads of data from arbitrary vehicles out there doing things. I think that's basically useless. You need to digest what comes out of that data, and probably at the moment with some human thinking, put that into the redesign of an algorithm that can actually work much more efficiently to deal with the next data. That's my kind of view.
Very good. So I think it's a good time maybe to open it up and see if we have questions from the audience. I know that Kaveh has a bunch of questions maybe from the online people, but I invite questions just from this room, and you can raise your hands and we'll try to maybe get Kostas.
So I have a couple of questions here. If you type them in the chat, I'm going to ask them. I'm just going to pass the microphone around now. A couple of people so we get questions, and then I'm going to do our guest.
So I voted also no, but the main reason I voted no is because we need half engineered stuff for ground. Right now, the biggest contribution on structural motion is that it is the ground. So there are like a data set like 30K objects where column up, half engineered SFM is really the ground truth for any other deep learning. And the Randstack, for example, at some point should be run by classifier. You cannot, I mean, even just for efficiency purposes. So it is better to run a classifier outlier than simulator versus just running all these like hundreds of iterations. So I think we're going to need hundreds of iterations because we cannot do that for geometry problems forever. I mean, at some point, maybe regression runs pretty well. And definitely Gato, yeah. Gato point picture.
Quick comment. Kaveh, you want to make sure that the mic is on?
It's on, you have to kind of bring it closer.
I think there were a few more, so.
You want to get all of the questions first?
Hi there. I was wondering, how can we balance the kind of increased desire for denser data with semantic information with our kind of us reaching the limits of processing power? Are things such as the kind of unified representation that helps us kind of simplify the data going to be necessary in the future from real time, or are there other mechanisms that you guys?
To me, that's one of the great allures of the semantic mapping is to try to move beyond sort of dense point clouds and get to more sort of an understanding of objects that's in more human terms. It provides a compression, it provides an ability to interact with humans and ideally, robustness. Anyone want to add to that?
So your question was about the limits of computation. Yeah, so it's interesting. So there is limits of computation when you train, and there is limits of computation when you do inference, and one can leverage the other, right? So the nice thing about segmentation is that you can train it on 100 billion images and get a lot of interesting contextual knowledge that is very hard to come by, right? So, and then when you run it in inference, you can distill it down to models that can be quite efficient and run on images that you upload now, and they've been trained at high cost by the large companies, but they run very efficiently at inference time. So for real-time operation, I think you're talking about inference, but you benefit from all the computations that's been amortized into the training process. So I think we will see that the large companies will leverage that knowledge and make it available to you. Like Amazon and AWS give you APIs that you can leverage, amortize that with a simple Lambda call or an API call. So it's pretty cool that they do that and make that available to you.
Let's get a couple more questions. Today, a lot of the drone community is based on the GPS localization. What do you believe will be the method that will exchange it? Because it's not really reliable, it will off and on. Do you believe in image processing, something like this that can replace the GPS method?
Should we give this to the panelist who has a drone startup? Do you want?
I don't have one. So yeah, I was in a drone startup, Skydio, where we did not use GPS at all, and it's different now. But because sometimes it's handy. But GPS is a very challenging sensor, right? It's the noise models are not Gaussian at all. It's like IMU. It's if you tame it, it's a super sensor. Similarly, GPS is like if you tame it, it's a super sensor, but it's super hard to deal with. Other companies swear by simply looking at the world and immediately interpreting it and immediately knowing where they are, etc. I don't know what the future will bring. I don't know.
Well, I want to hand off to the others, but I've had this dream of apt-get install SLAM, where there's just some downloadable GTSAM derived framework or something, or SLAM core or something, where you have this sort of perception engine that really could replace GPS.
I could add a little. Yeah, I mean, I think for drones, we've had visual inertial odometry for a long time. So maybe the question relates to global localization more. And for that, I think it's interesting to think about loop closure techniques, kind of like the John House talk touched on. I think there's a lot of room to do data association and loop closure still. And in terms of local, kind of just tracking for localization or odometry, it's I think interesting to explore many other sensors beyond what we're using right now. I think there are thermal and multispectral cameras, which are still a little too big for drones, but are getting there. So I think there's a lot of other sensors we can be considering for SLAM.
Yeah, I don't know too much about drones in particular, but yeah, well, something I'll be talking about after lunch is the ability for many devices like swarms of drones that can make measurements between themselves and with possibly any types of sensor. That could be a really important modality, I think, in a lot of applications to improve localization.
Yeah, and then I'll get you guys there's a lot of excitement at the moment coming out of the vision community around representations, especially nerves. Can you talk a little bit about how you think that's going to change how we robotics represent geometry mapping, how downstream tasks will use those, and maybe what do you think are some core differences how robotics would use those and how graphics.
Yeah, no, I think it is exciting. We've done some work with those. I think some of the things we've found very interesting are that you can represent, geometry in a way that doesn't have any particular structure. There's no sort of fixed resolution. There's no mesh or anything. It's this very sort of when a neural field can represent anything. And they're also surprisingly efficient. So we've been doing things like mapping rooms with a very small networks, like a megabyte of weights. And the sort of properties they have are to not necessarily capture every detail, but to capture the main kind of elements of interest incredibly efficiently and in a way that sort of auto compresses the scene, and that they apply a fairly small number of weights to simple elements. And that also then ties in nicely with things like the ability to automatically segment a scene, because the network almost does that for you. So that, and then the ability to represent high dimensional information such as color, shape, but also semantics, and also then moving on to things like robot affordances or other properties, all within the same joint representation. I think that's very, very interesting. I think we'll see loads of work in robotics using those ideas.
I'd like to kind of refer to the very original question. And I think it's, in some sense, it's always an ill-posed question, because to me, the answer has never been either or. It's always been both. I mean, if you think about, we ourselves use those concepts and learning, we combine the two things. We tend to be more proud of the concepts of Einstein, developing all the equations. With computers, interestingly, we went to the next. We started in the conceptual logical space, then developed neural network works, and we said, okay, that's going to solve everything. So now we're proud of the learning Einstein concepts. I think it's not a coincidence that both types of intellect have to develop all both of these types, because they actually provide the different contribution to the problem. So I believe we recast the question as is sort of thoughts of crafting that, as opposed to this algorithms of that. I suspect that there's going to be more consensus, and perhaps I don't have to do so long.
So just to react to that, even so we tend to think about graphical models and belief propagation, and hybrid inference is what sort of is interesting to me right now, which is concepts and continuous concepts. But even in vision, if you go to a vision conference now, a very hot area is neurosymbolic computation, and so at NeurIPS as well. So yeah, I think you're absolutely on point. It's starting to happen that people are sort of combining it and putting differentiable neural computing and symbolic reasoning together, and that in the end is why I believe that hand engineered will be gone, because once you unlock the potential of these two things together, we're going to see very cool things happening. Yeah.
It seems that we have many online questions, so we'll have to take those. But again, I can repeat.
I'm just going to get only one more question here, and then
let's do that. Okay.
Thank you all for the panel. I think that everybody in this room has read this robust perception paper at some point, right? So my question is, what do you think, on reflection, about the challenges presented in that paper in 2016? Do you think we're still having the same challenges? What do you think that could be maybe everyone can mention one single challenge that they think is significant, maybe something new, or maybe one of the challenges that were mentioned in the paper that hasn't been solved yet. Thank you.
Great question. I think this, well, let me turn it, I think in terms of, if you might say, is SLAM solved? In terms of, my first ICRA was 1988 in Philadelphia, which is very happy. I'm a Philadelphia native, and there was maybe 3 or 4 papers on robot navigation. And then we had a concurrent mapping and localization workshop at ICRA 2000, where we had about 35 people, like Sebastian's run, and there people were saying SLAM is solved. And now, so someone said to me recently, a few years ago, before COVID, a company, they're working on a problem for non-destructive testing with a sensor that's a little inaccurate, and they need to move the sensor around. And I said, have you considered SLAM? And this person said, no, I was told that once you start working on SLAM, you never stop working on SLAM. And I was like, I didn't tell the person, you just said my life story. In terms of thinking about that paper and what's in there or not in there, I think things like NERFs weren't in there, and they're magical. It's like that. And so I think there's going to be a battle between the explicit and implicit representations, and sort of in getting the best out of both of them.
Yeah, it's interesting that NERF comes up over and over again. And so I've written 2 blog posts about NERF, and I'm fascinated by the field. But I can't keep track. It's crazy. It's like, CVPR is happening, in 2 weeks, and there's 40 more papers, and it's so incredibly fast moving that we're going to see things emerge there. So whether we'll solve robust SLAM, it's definitely promising. There's, we don't even need accurate cameras anymore, but things like BARF, very cool name, by the way, you can do NERF without having the camera positions. There are papers now that you still need to be approximately right, but then there is papers now that do it without being right at all. Yeah, we're just at the beginning. It's very exciting. I'm very curious to see what will happen in that space.
Yeah, I think one thing to add, maybe not specific to robust SLAM, but in terms of next steps, I think active SLAM is another area which I think has received not enough attention, or not the attention it deserves. I think it's really interesting to think about coupling perception and action, and how perception affects planning or control. So I think it would be, relating back to NERFs and implicit models, I think it would be really interesting to think about how these models can be used for motion planning or control, and what's the effect that actions can have on improving those models as well.
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's a lot to do, but maybe one thing I would highlight is efficiency in localization, mapping, vision, all of that kind of stuff. How are we? We're not going to be able to put big GPUs into embedded products, but we are going to need to embrace parallel processing, distributed computation. I think that's the route to real efficiency, and I think we need to get orders of magnitude, improvement in. I think some of the people who are getting closest are people trying to, build SLAM things for AR, VR at the moment, really trying to drive down something that could work in a pair of glasses, on a small battery and run all day, always on. These are still things that are really, really difficult. And I think it's a joint approach, thinking about, algorithms and the hardware they run on, and, the code they're programmed in, and everything in between. So I think that's a really good area to work on.
Okay, so you're getting lots of questions, very great questions. So I don't even know how to cover them. So what I'm trying to do here, I'm going to ask 3 questions, and we'll see, what you answer. So the first question is, what will it take for visual SLAM to build and update on a regular basis 3D maps like Google or Apple Maps that people regularly use? So if I just want to give a keyword to this, I will call it real-time SLAM. The second question is, I want to know some ideas about lifeline localization, and it's important to know online map models. So the keyword here is lifeline SLAM. And the third question would be, I work on underwater SLAM, and I get images, sometimes with no features. How can we make the SLAM work with no more talking about the heterogeneity of SLAM? And I would like to know if your SLAM algorithm keywords to out of the box, different robots, different requirements. So again, keywords, real time, lifelong, different changes about, like you know, you're asking.
Bunch of tough questions, guys.
Can I do the first one? So believe it or not, but my thesis was on structure for motion without correspondence. So structure for motion without features seems like the next challenge here, you know. But it's interesting. There's people like, you know, there's work from Zaragoza that you know is about you know, internal medicine where you don't have a lot of discrete features. Everything is sort of, you know, fleshy and they managed to do amazing things with you know, from these intestinal images, which is pretty amazing. So maybe not crazy to work without discrete features, but of course there has to be some information there.
Yeah.
Well, the second one, lifelong. So let me turn this question a bit. I feel like when you go to a lab like mine, and this is no criticism of my current students, you actually don't see a lot of cool robots moving around because my students want to write papers. And to write papers, we live in the, sometimes I call it the tyranny of evaluation, is that reviewers are never satisfied. They want to evaluate against 10 different baselines with 10 different data sets. And it sort of sets up a sort of paradigm of a kind of a, how do you do on this data set, that data set? The lifelong question is more about building an agent that can live for a very long time in the world. And we don't have data sets like that. And I don't trust the simulators available still. And so I think there's a question of how can we enable students and postdocs to write interesting papers that address some of these challenges while still getting papers published. And how do you create a framework for the sort of evaluation and acceptance of some of these kind of newer, striving to these longer term goals?
Maybe I can take the third one was or the first one was the real-time Google sized maps. I think this goes back to some questions from earlier on how do we do things efficiently in time and efficiently in memory to be able to enable to scale to such large scales and maintain maps over time. So I think representation again is a big question here. How are we going to represent those maps and at what level of granularity? It's very different to give just high level traffic instructions versus a walking robot navigating inside a room. So I feel like perhaps thinking about this hierarchical representation. So I wasn't here in the very first session, but I'm gonna guess that Luca talked about the Hydra work and the really nice approaches to abstracting from low level details to rooms to places. I think these types of abstractions are pretty powerful, going from continuous to semantic representations. So I think that's a step in the direction of Google Scale Maps.
Okay, folks, I know we have probably more questions online and questions in the room as well. We have 2 minutes left. So I will just, if you guys stick with me, like, you know, I will just like to ask a single question. I will call for short answers, maybe about something that I'm very curious about. I will be happy to share and just ask. So clearly a lot of progress has been led by industry at this point on the machine learning side of things. Even like, you know, we have seen sensors implementing state-of-the-art solutions for SLAM. What's your take on the role of academia at this point? What is the best way for academia to contribute to industry? And what is the difference in the roles, or any other comment that you have on industry versus academia?
I think there's loads of things that academia can do and will continue to be important, but just make sure you're not working on things that already exist in industry. You know, I think we see too much of saying, I'm going to compare against the state of the art, so-and-so this paper, when there's a better system which is already shipped, you know, on a product, for instance, in you know, a HoloLens or an Oculus headset or something has an amazing SLAM system. So just make sure you're working on all those novel, cool things that industry are not already doing.
I think there's always a place for a young assistant professor with a group of excited grad students. And I'd echo what Andrew said, and just it's more important than ever to be using Google Scholar on a daily basis to just track everything that's coming. But the chance to sort of really think deeply for a few years about something as a PhD student, I think that's a sort of timeless, priceless opportunity, and we'll always need grad students thinking deeply about new ways to do things.
Yeah, I want to echo that because so I've been at several companies, and when you're at a company, and especially in a production environment, you're head down. So you have to make that deadline. You have to ship the product. So basically, shipping is everything, and that's hard. And you have to think about the corner cases. And what you might not realize, as if you're on the outside of that, is that people in industry read your papers. Okay, we don't have time to do the sort of researchy things, and this is one of the reasons I came back to Georgia Tech, because I felt guilty, thinking about sort of researchy problems, and I wanted to get back to not feeling guilty about thinking about things that don't have to be shipped. And so here's the message: people read your papers, and they get their ideas from you. So keep those ideas coming, because they're important and they lead to product advances and societal advances. So, yeah.
Unless there are more comments, I think that's...
No, I don't have much to add. I think this sounds good. I have never worked in industry, and I've been happy with academia. I really like the freedom, and I agree with everything that's been said, that I feel like there's always new ideas to work on, and as long as we work on problems that haven't already been solved in industry, I think we're going in the right direction.
Okay, I think these are great comments to close, and in particular very important for younger researchers. And at this point, we're out of time, but I really want to thank again our panelists. They've been amazing today. I think we're going to close for now. We're going to break for lunch, and we're going to come back at 1 p.m. here for session 3. Everyone, and welcome back. This is the robotic perception and mapping workshop. It's a great pleasure to be the chair of session 3 and to kick it off with an amazing speaker. So today we have Andrew Davison as a speaker. No need for introduction, we saw him already in the panel, but just to be here. And he's a professor of robot vision at the Department of Computing at the College London. And today he's going to tell us about amazing work on robot web for distributed transition.
Thanks very much. Yeah, so this is really something a bit different for me, but I'll explain slightly where it came from, and then hopefully show you some demos of how it actually works. So what we're thinking about here is it possible to build some kind of global localization system for arbitrary collections of interoperable heterogeneous multi-robot systems? So just as an example, imagine a smart farm of the future, all sorts of intelligent devices, robots of different kinds. So how's that all going to work together as a unified system? So I think that the obvious possibility is that there'll be a single company or organization that provides some kind of cloud maps system. But is there a viable decentralized alternative? And what I'm going to focus on in this talk is the particular aspect of distributed localization. So all these robots are moving around, they have sensors, and in particular, they make observations of each other. So we're not going to be talking about SLAM here particularly, but just inter-observing robots. And we're going to present a new solution here, which we call Robot Web, and it's based on Gaussian belief propagation. So just to quickly explain how I got interested in all of this, because as you might know, my main interest is visual SLAM. I was involved in a project over a number of years which produced things like SlamBench, which was really thinking about how SLAM algorithms interact with the hardware that they run on, and really trying to open up research that says we should co-design algorithms and hardware. And what that really led me to finding out more about is the way that processors work, and the way that they embrace parallelism in different ways. So we're all familiar with GPUs as parallel processors. They have, you know, thousands of processing cores on a chip, but actually they're suited to particular types of workload where essentially all of those cores are doing the same thing. But there are interesting new types of processors coming along. So there's an example called the IPU from a company in the UK called GraphCore, which you can think of as a graph processor. So it's a massively parallel chip. It has thousands of cores. They can all run quite different workloads at the same time and then communicate with quite arbitrary communication and essentially message passing. And I think this is the direction that hardware is going to continue to go in, especially if we want to go towards low power. We want to co-locate storage and processing and have algorithms that compute locally and exchange messages between each other. So that really got me into thinking about what type of algorithms are suitable to have that kind of property. So, you know, as we know in SLAM, so we've already seen this slide earlier today from Frank. In SLAM, when we want to, you know, make computations on graphs, a really good formulation is a factor graph, which represents the probabilistic structure of a problem in a really kind of nice, elegant way. And all sorts of problems can be formulated like this. So what's the style of computation that allows you to do inference on factor graphs in this distributed message passing style? Well, there's a family of algorithms which everyone's probably heard of called belief propagation. And in particular, Gaussian belief propagation is a family of algorithms which is incredibly powerful and I think has been heavily underused. So I certainly haven't invented Gaussian belief propagation. It's been out there for a long time, but I'd like to kind of reintroduce it to people and show you how powerful it can be. So it really allows you to optimize a problem specified on a factor graph with in-place computation and message passing, and it works incredibly well. So we've been investigating this. There's a paper called Future Mapping 2 that I wrote with Joe Ortiz that gives a lot more detail about that. But what I'm going to show you now briefly is a really kind of accessible introduction to Gaussian belief propagation, which is in this online article called A Visual Introduction to Gaussian Belief Propagation, which you can access at this URL, gaussianbp.github.io. So this is a web article, which I'm just going to show you now. So here it is. So it's got all this kind of built-in interactive stuff. So let me just first show you briefly, you know, what is a factor graph? So it's this basically. It's a specification of if you have a joint probability distribution over many variables, which factorizes into several components that only depend on some of the variables, a factor graph visualizes that. So there are many different sorts of algorithms for doing inference on factor graphs. The belief propagation style works by message passing, and there are essentially a few different elements of that. There's what you do when you want to pass a message from a variable to a factor. There's what you want to do when you want to pass a message from a factor to a variable. And then there's what you want to do when you want to come up with a new estimate of the marginal distribution at a variable. And it turns out that those are all quite simple operations. So with Gaussians, these are basically small matrix computations, which you can easily do. So when you run belief propagation on a factor graph which has a tree structure, then it can easily be shown that you can achieve the perfect marginal estimates at the variables just by passing messages once down the tree and then back up again. In most problems, though, we don't have a tree. We have a general loopy graph. And all you do there is you apply the same operations at every node, but you iterate. So this is called loopy Gaussian belief propagation. So you pass messages backwards and forwards in some pattern, and it converges. And what generally happens in Gaussian belief propagation is it will converge to the correct means of the marginals at every node. You do get slightly overconfident covariances at those nodes, but what I'll show you is I don't think that's a very important thing. So let me show you some examples. So the first kind of example that I implemented to try Gaussian BP was a simple 1D height fitting problem. So think of these red points as observations of the height of a surface in 1D. We're going to try and estimate the height at these regular places here on the assumption that there's noise in all of these observations, but also that we have some smoothness or regularization assumption, that the total surface should have some smoothness property.
So the factor graph looks like this thing down here. So let's see that just, sorry, let me find the right part. So here's a set of observations, and I'll show you first that if we run belief propagation sweeping from left to right. So when I click sweep, you can see the messages passing, these little red dots flying along, visualize message passing. So we pass messages all the way along from left to right and all the way back along from right to left. And we see that these blue things, the variable estimates, converge, and each of those is showing the estimated position and an uncertainty. And I can actually toggle true marginals here. So this is comparing those estimates with something calculated with a different standard algorithm when we get exactly the same thing. So that's cool, but what happens if we, so let's just restart this. Let's put some new random data in. What if instead of passing messages in a sequence along the line, we do this? So we just let every node process in parallel, basically pass messages to its neighbors, and then just keep going and iterating that. So you'll see that it doesn't take many iterations of that. So this is what would happen on a parallel processor if each of these nodes were implemented on a different tile. We converge to the same thing. So that I thought that was amazing the first time I saw it, but even better is this. What if you just pass random messages? So I'm just going to click this button that every time I press it, will pass a random message from a random node in a random direction. So it takes a little bit longer, and sometimes you need to get lucky to get messages to the right places, but it will still basically converge to the same thing. And I could just clean that up a bit with a couple of final iterations like this. And again, same true marginals. So that's a simple graph. There's no cycles in that graph. But if we apply essentially the same thing now to a graph like this, so this is now a 2D kind of pose graph problem where we've got a set of variables that measure each other in 2 dimensions, we get the same property. So I can run synchronous iterations here, pass messages, and in a few iterations we converge. So now we can see this property in a loopy graph that we're comparing against the green true marginals. We get the correct means, slightly overconfident covariances. So if we reset this again, we can also do this with random messages. So this seems like magic to me, an algorithm that can get global convergence with purely distributed, ad hoc message passing. So now you can probably start to think why, I started to think about multi-robot problems here. So I'll just show you a couple more important things, which are how you can make this practical. So first of all, we can deal with non-linear factors. That's not a problem. So using exactly the same sort of methods we use in any non-linear optimization, whenever a factor passes a message, we check its current kind of status and we can relinearize it. The other thing is that we can deal with robust kernels. So we can deal with factors that represent measurements that may have big amounts of error in them. And we do that by passing Gaussian messages that represent messages of the same energy of a robust kernel that we choose, such as a Huber kernel. Okay, so have a look and play with this demo if you're interested, but I better get back to the main talk. So yeah, having understood the properties of GBP, Gaussian belief propagation, we did do some concrete work of actually implementing on GraphCore's IPU bundle adjustments and showing that it can run incredibly fast because it's embracing the full parallelism of the chip. But I was really thinking, what else can we do with algorithms like this? And that led me on to thinking about the multi-robot problem. So let's think about this situation where we've got several robots driving around in a space and they're making observations of each other. So this is the general factor graph for a multi-robot localization problem like that. So we have variable nodes for each of the robots going along a trajectory. We have odometry factors. So these black ones are kind of relative measurements of pose that could come from any sort of sensor. So for each of these 3 robots in different colors. And then we have some inter-robot measurements. So these are times when one robot observes another robot and gets some measurement, for instance, like a range bearing measurement of the relative pose of another robot. So that's the full factor graph. Of course, we could get all of that. We could put it onto a central processor. We could do general factor graph inference, and we could determine the most probable positions of all of those robots at all times. What we do on Robot Web is we want to distribute that. So we want to solve that problem without needing a central server. And the way we do it is simple. We simply draw a dotted line around parts of these factor graphs that we think should be owned by each robot. So each robot, it owns its own variable nodes, it owns its odometry factors, and then it owns the factors corresponding to measurements it has made of other robots. So the measurements it has made with its own sensors, so only that robot needs to know about how its own sensors work. So these green factors are the measurements made by the sensors from robot 1. So we draw these dotted lines around them, and now we just conduct message passing around these graphs. So of course, the messages that go along edges that lie within one dotted line are no problem. They just happen within one computer's memory. But then we have these messages that need to cross the dotted lines and go from one robot to another. And this is where the properties of GBP really come in, that message passing can happen in an asynchronous way. There doesn't need to be any particular property or pattern to how those messages are sent. So what we do is that every robot is always running internal message passing and then presenting on a kind of outward interface, a bit like a web page, all the latest outgoing messages from that robot that cross its dotted line. And then the other robots are doing their own stuff, and whenever they can, they get within Wi-Fi range, they log on to another robot and they read all the latest outgoing messages, and they say, well, is there anything for me? So the actual, format of those kind of web pages might just be something like this. So this is a bit of a mock-up, but a message might just consist of a small information vector and precision matrix, and there'll be a number of these from each robot. So that's pretty much how it works, and this communication can happen in a very ad hoc and asynchronous way. So there are some more details that we've managed to figure out. So when the variables represent not just linear things, but things like rotation, we do need to consider how to do that properly. So in our paper, we go into full detail of how to send messages that represent beliefs over Lie groups. So the paper I'm talking about is this one called Robot Web. So it's on arXiv now. First author is Ripu Morai. So have a good look at that. But I'm actually going to show you a demo of that right now. So if I just come here. So this is basically a C++ demo of Robot Web. So of course here this is running on my laptop. It's running on a CPU. It's not a true distributed implementation, but we've implemented it in a way which is in principle, fully distributable. So there's no kind of information sharing between the robots. So let's start it in this mode. So I'm going to click run here. So what we're seeing here is 30 robots driving in circles. So they're doing localization based on Robot Web. The planning here is something very simple. So based on their estimated positions, they're trying to continue driving in perfect circles. So if their position estimates go wrong, they won't be able to drive in circles. So there's a lot going on here. Let me just simplify these things a little bit and change the visualization. So the red lines you see are the factors. So these are the inter-robot measurements. If I turn those off for a second, what you can see here in black, this is the communication pattern. So actually we've got a kind of random communication pattern that once per robot movement step, every robot connects to one other robot and reads some messages. It does that in a pattern which is almost random. It tends to sample more likely from robots that are near to it. Let's just turn that off and turn the factors back on. So a property here you can see is that the range of our sensors is limited. So robots are only measuring within a certain range. There are some known landmarks in the corners. So robots that go round on the big radii are able to observe those, but the robots in the middle never actually see the corners at all. So the ones in the middle are only observing other robots. So if I just turn the factors off, you can see that they're keeping good position estimates. And just to show that that's true, if I temporarily here just turn off the sensor, so if I set the sensor range to 0, no one's making any more measurements. And you can see the only kind of information now is the odometry, and you'll see how quickly the robots drift. So you can see how powerful the inter-robot measurements were. So let me show you another setting here. So this kind of emphasizes the incredibly kind of dynamic character of this algorithm. So because the factor graph can just grow and shrink as we want, nothing ever has to know about the structure of the whole factor graph. We can be very dynamic. So here we're going to start by having just one robot. So it's touring around in this space here. There are some known landmarks. So you'll see that when it gets close to those, it's able to make some measurements of them, of the known landmarks. When it gets far from the landmarks, its position will tend to drift. But we can then drop more robots into this scene. So every time I click this button, a new robot is going to be dropped into the scene in a random position, and it's going to start making measurements of other robots. So you'll see that sometimes those measurements, it takes a little while until one of these robots gets picked up by the others. So after a while of a robot being in the scene, some other robots will come nearby, they'll make some measurements of each other, and then all these kind of robust kernels are all kind of, arguing with each other and trying to say which one is right and which one is wrong. But it doesn't take long until they establish this really kind of convincing, this is really what makes me think robot web now. It's a web of robots providing a kind of communication net. And another property is it's incredibly robust to outlying measurements. So if I turn, this is actually the percentage of measurements which we add massive amounts of noise to. So now I've set that to 30%. So 30% of all inter-robot measurements are garbage now, and those are being rejected by the robust kernels. So the ones that show up in blue are basically not being taken account of. Okay, there's one last thing I'll quickly show you. So very scalable. So here's 100 robots. Let me just change some settings here. So this runs fast. I'll set the sensor range to be really short so that robots are only observing their near neighbors. And we get this kind of behavior here, which makes me think of like an ant colony or something like that. So, just being able to continually optimize over a factor graph that has this completely always changing shape, I find really cool. So, okay, so just to wrap up. So that's, robot web. I think there's a lot of, interesting research issues going forward from this, particularly around things like, safety, security, privacy, and then also can we learn within these factor graphs. But the final thing I'll show you is, as Frank showed us earlier, factor graphs can do all sorts of things. They can do estimation, but they can also do planning. So we've got some very preliminary work on that, on using GBP for distributed planning. So what if the factor graph represents not inter-robot measurements, but inter-robot constraints? So when we've got two robots or several robots that might collide with each other, we can define constraints between them to say, we shouldn't crash into each other. So that allows us to solve a sort of traffic planning problem. So here's what would happen if we weren't doing kind of communication and GBP, lots of robots heading in, traffic jams. When we're doing GBP, we can achieve something like this. So all these robots are jointly planning their motions, but in a way that does not require a centralized server. It can be done using purely distributed computation and communication. And I think this is quite exciting to see. So yeah, we'll hopefully be doing more work in that direction soon. Okay, so just to finish up, to mention my, I'm directing the Dyson Robotics Lab at Imperial College. That's my main day job. I'm also co-founder at SlamCore, which is a London-based startup doing applied solutions in SLAM and spatial AI. I'll finish there. Thanks.
So the talk consists of 3 parts, mostly in multi-view stereo and also SLAM part, and then I'm go briefly into this visual positioning system. So current 360 depth sensing sensors are like LiDAR or omnidirectional cameras, and such sensors are sensing all the depths at one point. So there should be some blind spot if you mount it on the robot, and so because the sensing range is limited, and also it can be occluded by the robot body. And also if you add more cameras and if you can sense the depth from the images, and there are many algorithms that does the monocular depth sensing, but you can guess how far they are in relative orders, but actually there is no metric information. For example, like you cannot really sense how far exactly how far they are in the meter sense. So to get the exact depth, actually people or animal use this stereo disparity. So human has 2 eyes and the images seen in each eyes are slightly different based on depth. So we can use this information to sense depth. And our main kind of contribution or idea is that how can we cover entire regions 360 degrees using this stereo overlap. What we found is that there is some special lens that has more than 220 degree field of view. So if you use this lens, then you can basically see behind the camera. So if we place this lens in specific configuration, then we could cover almost all the area using this on this stereo overlap. And this has very benefit compared to this like a point-wise depth 360 sensors, because we could place these cameras on the surface of robot or surface of car. Then virtually there is no blind spot around this robot. So you can sense entire direction and almost there is no blind spot like this. So the challenge is that because this has a very large distortion, so this is ultra wide fisheye lens. So we need to correct these distortions correctly. And this is a relatively easy problem. And also, based on this configuration, all the objects can be very close to the robot sensor, right? Because this is the main motivation of this work is to sense a nearby object. So object can be very close to the robot. And then there are some like there are some regions that cannot be observed by the other camera. So how can it solve this kind of problem? So this is kind of teaser of our result, most recent result. So these are the real input images. And this is the 360 depth map we reconstructed from the deep neural network. So this one is basically solving the correspondence between the pixels. And you can compare. So we also mounted one LiDAR sensor here, and this is 16-channel LiDAR. So all the textures point are from our result, and these rainbow colored sensors, the points are from this LiDAR. And you can see how much we cover in the range and also the coverage. And almost there is no error between this, no difference between this LiDAR and our depth sensor. And we could also generate a stitched panorama from these input images. So basically you can have 360 degree all omnidirectional depth and vision sensing. So there has been many approaches to do this. And there are approaches like using multiple cameras. So these, you can think of this virtual stereo. So you place 2 omnidirectional sensors in vertical layout. Or there are some method that uses a single 360 images and just guess the depth map. And as I mentioned before, that doesn't have a metric information. So we can replace these cameras, and we need to kind of formulate this problem in some way so that the algorithm can solve. So main kind of configuration we use is the spherical sweep. So there can be like 4 multiple sensors in one coordinate system. And we set virtual spheres in certain distance. And you can think of that you are projecting these fisheye images on those spherical screen. And if the object is at that exact distance, then this projected image will overlap exactly. So this is how the spherical sweeping is formulated. And we could try to solve our 360 depth map depth estimation in this formulation. And initial trial we did is a sweep net presented in ICRA 19. And we did a pairwise depth map estimation and cost map computation. And we just combine everything into one big cost volume and then try to estimate the depth. And it improved compared to the previous method, but actually it didn't really do very well. So the next version we come up with is OmniMVS. So we process all the images in one 2D CNN. So you can have a virtual feature images, and then you can project the features instead of the image to the spherical space. And then we use a 3D encoder decoder network to compute the correspondence and also to propagate cost aggregation. By doing this, we could get very smooth and continuous depth map on this. And to train this network, you need to have ground truth data. And because it's very hard to get the real data, so we use Blender to generate in the virtual environment. So we have outdoor and indoor and like randomly placed data sets. And after training this network, we could get pretty good results. So this is the estimate depth map from the synthetic data. So these are input images. and this is the panorama, reference panorama. And these are the error between the ground truth and our estimate depth map, except very small positions, actually, small portions. We could get very accurate depth measure, and also the indoor environment like this, and also random environment. In this case, this is pretty challenging set because there is almost no texture like this region, or there is very small gap between these objects. So, and also we try this network to real data because there's no ground truth, so I can just show the qualitative result. So this is the depth map of our lab environment, and also we put that in lobby. And so this kind of environment is very challenging because there's almost no texture in these walls, but actually by combining our network can successfully estimate the exact depth, correct depth of these walls. And outdoor environments like this. So this is some video. So this has been presented in ICCB 19. So we could get this depth map and point clouds. So to verify how well this algorithm works, so we compare our network with the conventional stereo, which has a limited field of view. So we could virtually construct 4 stereo pairs from these images. So just you can think of the 90-degree FOV stereos in directing each direction. And then we just simply combine this output disparity together. And as you can guess, such as like this ceiling area. So certain one stereo setup just sees this part, and then it doesn't know how far the ceiling is because there's no edge and no texture. So this part is very problematic. But in our case, we could successfully reconstruct the surfaces like there. So there's almost no error like this. And this in real environment, actually, you can see these kind of artifacts a little bit more. So on the floor, for example, it is very hard for the conventional stereo to reconstruct the correct depth, but we could get very smooth and nice plane. But actually, our system also has some like limitations because this is stereo. So this is a little bit weak to the horizontal, which is parallel to the baseline, stereo baseline. So sometimes actually it misses these horizontal edges. And more seriously, this one, if there is very close nearby object, then stereo tend to miss this kind of object because it sees completely different side of the object. So for example, this one is seeing the back and this one is seeing the front. So, and also actually it sees the back, the wall behind this object. So it often outputs the wall depth instead of this object depth. And this can happen like this. And we try to improve the network by feeding more and more data. So actually it is a little bit better now, and you can see the same problem here. And the improvement after this ICCB paper we made is that OmniEmbers Plus, which estimates the depth uncertainty together with this depth map. So when we aggregate these costs, actually these are the width and height of the depth map. This is azimuth and altitude, and also this direction is the distance, candidate distance from the nearest to the infinite distance. And you see some very small one high peak, then that means that distance is very certain. So you have the point at that distance in this direction. But actually, if there is some like uncertainty, so for example, there is no texture or it's occluded, then you see some like along this depth candidates, you see multiple peaks or distributed responses. So by measuring the entropy of this probability distribution, we could measure the uncertainty at each pixel. And actually it shows that it actually correctly shows the certainty of this depth measurement. So this is the first video you saw. And this is the depth map we currently get. And we are keep improving this depth measurement and in terms of accuracy and also in terms of the speed. And it is pretty hard to exactly measure how accurate they are. So this is the real comparison of this depth map. So this means that within like 1 meter, most of 92% of the pixels are within like a 10 centimeter error. And then this is a distribution of errors. And I quickly cover this SLAM part. So Visual SLAM, actually everybody here knows that. And our configuration has strong strength in this kind of environment because we see all 360 directions. So in certain cases, when there is very little texture, conventional SLAM system usually fails. But in our case, actually, it observes all directions. So there is very little case that is textureless or completely occluded. And to do this, actually, we built this kind of hybrid projection system to match these features correctly. And then after this hybrid projection, we could run this standard. It's pretty close to the standard stereo visual SLAM system, but we are using all directions features. So this is the result, and we have comparison. So, and OmniSLAM actually combines this previous depth map and this directional SLAM system. So before, usually we use the feature correspondence to establish this kind of landmarks, but because we have a pretty good depth map at each position, so we can generate the view-wise depth map, and we use this depth information to initialize the correspondence match between the features, so that we can effectively decrease the amount of outlier feature matches, and this improved a lot of the SLAM results. So this is the current output of this SLAM system. And because we see or we match and track all the features in all views, so the trajectory is very accurate compared to the existing algorithms. So it's less than 0.1% compared to the trajectory. And the next thing we did is combining these together to build a 3D model. So using the TSDF voting scheme, so we built a dense mapping of the environment. And this is pretty standard one. And then because the trajectory and depth are very accurate, thanks to our sensor configuration, so the error is almost very, error is very little. And we had the comparison at the paper, and we could build a very efficient 3D modeling system. So we can just wear this sensor and then just walk around the environment, and then we could build this kind of dense 3D mesh model. So finally, the VPS system, I just briefly introduced. This is the localization system. So if you have a map of the entire world, then you can, and if you give an image to us, then we can just visualize let's see the video first. So this is query image, and then we match the image features with the image in our database, then we can tell where you are. And the problem of this one is how you can maintain this map in up-to-date and correct positions. And because we can build this map very easily and quickly using this kind of simple sensor configuration. So this is our current work we are working on. So sorry about the hurry, but today I introduced multi-view stereo system and visual SLAM system and VPS system. And our system, our sensor configuration is very powerful. So omnidirectional multi-view vision is a powerful way to sense the environment. And the downside of our method is that we cover a very large field of view. So the pixel density is a little bit lower compared to the conventional stereo algorithm. So we kind of do the trade-off between the precision and the robustness between this. But for near range sensing, actually, I think this is a pretty good configuration for robots. So I can just conclude this video of this talk with this video running on Javier AGX and running real time, doing both depth sensing and pose estimation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, everybody. And it's awesome to see everybody in person. I think it's a lot of energy here. So I'll talk a little bit about SLAM in challenging conditions. And I just want to say, there's a large team of awesome people behind this, and I'm in some sense the messenger here. So let me talk a little bit about what we're doing and why we're doing this. So, we all want this all-knowing agent that can map and do inference and so on. But robustness and doing this in real time is still a big challenge today. And so that's an area that we've been really kind of digging into, is how do we do this robustly in difficult situations? And you have appearance changes, the methods of sensitive outliers, and there's, of course, we're interested in things that run real time on robots. And so, you have things like, snow, fog, rain, smoke, darkness, and so on. So before I dive into, so today I'll talk a little bit longer about one method that we've been spending a lot of time on, which is called superodometry. And then, but before that, one of the things that we test our methods on, of course, is real-world difficult tests, but then also, running things on a data set we call Tartaner, and happy, please check it out if you're interested. And we're working on version 2, which, for example, will have spherical cameras in it, will have event cameras, lots of other sensors, as well as a lot more environments. So first, let's talk about state estimation. So one method that we've been spending a couple of years on now is called superodometry, and the idea is that it combines, it's like a trade-off between loosely coupled and tightly coupled methods, where really the IMU is at the center, so you trust the IMU a lot, and then you essentially have odometries feeding that IMU and correcting the bias, and then really a lot of the time is spent on trying to figure out, what parts of your odometry do you trust, or what parts, and so that's the hard part where we spend a lot of time. And so let me see. So let me talk a little bit about that part. So for LiDAR odometry, we look a lot at the feature distribution. Just where did it go? Okay, so we want to have, for example, well-distributed features. And on the right here, you can see a sample picture of what features we think are good for which estimation. So got cut off a little bit somehow, but so the blue are features that are more in a distance. Those are well conditioned for yaw. Red are good for X, green is good for Y, and then the gray ones are good for Z, right? So we can characterize these and then use these to estimate, how well constrained is our odometry. Similarly for, okay, one back. For visual odometry, we use a 2 degree of freedom chi-square distribution to select which features to track, and then based on those, we detect which ones, how well constrained the solution is. And just on the bottom left, here's an example of flying inside a cave, and you can see that the features are not very well distributed. They're all kind of clustered at the top here. And they're also, since binocular visual odometry is ill-constrained, there's also certain specific cases that we detect and reject, like constant zero velocity, constant local linear acceleration, and pure rotation. So, for example, if you're on an RC car, is one of those somewhat ill-constrained cases. And so, here just a couple of kind of little video clips to show some of these results. So here's a walking robot inside a multi-floor abandoned hospital complex. And so and as we walk up the stairs, the LiDAR odometry has a lack of constraints and would cause a tilted map. Now then we go outside, initially the image is overexposed, so you lose visual features. Then in the staircase, for example, the light is low, so you lose visual features from the light. So the system has to be able to detect this. What you're seeing at the top here, this row between 0 and 1, shows you the LiDAR odometry and how well constrained each of the axes is. Unfortunately, it's a little tiny to see here, but if everything's 1, everything's great from a LiDAR odometry perspective. Less than 1, it's ill constrained. And so you can see over, let's say this is a 1.5 kilometer trajectory, and we're able to successfully in real time map this and go back to the start with only 10 centimeters error. Of course, it always depends on the environment, what it things look like. Now here's another kind of regular slam killer case, which is a 1 kilometer long straight corridor, a tunnel that has very little light. So we tested this, with an RC car, drone, and a walking robot, and so you can, so here you can see really the kind of two different modalities trading off very well in terms of making sure that you still end up with a pretty well-registered map, even in this difficult case. So here we end up with 30-meter errors in the X direction along this kilometer trajectory, for example. Let's see. And then here's just another case where, for example, going up the stairs, it's again ill-constrained from the Z. Then we have basically snow in the lidar, which messes with the lidar odometry, as well as water on the lenses, which will cause problems with having less feature constraints, right? And so the idea is really to have the selective fusion to put these different things together to set up a common problem, and really relying on the visual odometry on the IMU. One of the things that's kind of somewhat separate is that we also have the ability to have thermal images in there. So you have thermal, we have a specific thermal feature detector, because thermal images has certain characteristics. And so in cases where you don't have any visual information, you can still do this mapping. So here's an interesting example from the final DARPA sub-T competition, where one of our robots, the arm got loose, so the motor was tilted. And so, so you can see the robot basically spinning. But what's really cool is it actually does not get out of control. And the slam is still happy, which I find, so you can see it actually here, you're right, it's spinning around, but the slam keeps working, right? And so I think that was, totally unexpected. And we didn't know exactly what's going on because of communication, but we basically we heard like some weird sounds, like it was sounded, we thought it was stuck somewhere, so we just hit land, and it actually landed. So it was pretty, that was like an unexpected test that I thought was kind of interesting. And so the part of the key here is that, we trust IMU, there's good IMU bias estimation, and modern IMUs can be really good, even MEMS IMUs, and then also doing point-by-point undistortion, right? Because when you move that quickly, it's fast. So another kind of interesting aspect from this for the sub-T challenge was we actually did not run with inter-robots, loop closure, slam. Everything was just registered as the start, and each of the robots was running independently, and the odometry was good enough that they were able to coordinate and have very little drift over the whole challenge. So we could get away without the robot web, but it would be better with it. So these are just some of the examples that I want to show. Where we're going with this next is, for example, for off-road driving, we use this for fast registration. And so there again, the motion is very fast. So trying to, and sometimes, not a lot of features in kind of an open sandy area, for example, but things still work the same way. And so we've been able to kind of take this framework and really kind of push it to a lot of different modalities that kind of feed together. And depending on what you have available, you can then fuse these together to get a good odometry that is very robust, right? I mean, I think it's accurate, but I think the thing that's key for us is robust, because we don't want the robots ever to crash or lose where they are. Here's another real-time result of another long one. So we have tested this on over kind of a dozen robots. So now switching gears a little bit. So one of the things that we're also looking at for robustness, especially visual odometry, is trying to really push based on these large data sets. Can we learn visual odometry that is maybe not more accurate than traditional visual odometry, but maybe more robust? And so I think, so this was some work that is was called TartanVO. I encourage you to look at it. And so we are able to, we do see that with having learned networks that they, just because they're looking at the optical flow, whole image, they're a little more robust than, for example, feature-based methods. And so just to kind of give you a little bit of some flavor, there's a lot of other things in the lab that I think would be worth looking at. Just want to show a couple of small things. So for example, upper left is 2D to 3D localization. So if you just have a point cloud and you have a 360 image, can you localize in a map? On the upper right is some work we've been doing on lifelong feature learning. So keep improving how you match features as you move along. And then also place recognition for localization. So given this is for drones or it could be on the ground. And there will be, just wanted to kind of quickly tease a little result here. So here's some experiment we did where we had 50 individual segments. And imagine we didn't have GPS, how could we merge this together into a giant map? And so the way we do that is for each agent, we extract some submaps, extract the features, have these feature stacks. This goes to the merging server and there's some hierarchical fusion of this. And so there's a bunch of different types of environment, like more natural, more urban. And then we can essentially take all this and then merge it together into this kind of large city scale map based on these individual segments. And so I encourage you, I haven't been able to kind of really go into why, but I encourage you, tomorrow will be the general pace recognition competition. And so encourage you to maybe stop by if you're interested in SLAM. And there will be also some more talks that go into some of these details, I think, from today. Okay, thank you. Questions?
So in the first part, the key is outlier rejection. And how do you do that? So what's the principle behind your outlier rejection? If you go into much detail.
Right. So so I would say the key is maybe in the covariance estimation. So it's, if we say so we, for example, for the light odometry, you'd say, okay, this is not observable, therefore will not use, let's say, the z-axis, so we'll not fuse that. And since everything's based around the IMU, and the IMU has a good bias estimation, we can, for example, we could just integrate that and then not mess up our estimate with a bad z estimate, for example. I think that's maybe the highest level way to think about it. And there's and then I think the other part that helps with outlier rejection, like you mentioned, is that in some sense the thing that we're doing a little wrong, but that helps a lot, is using the IMU also in the odometries, right? So for example, the light odometry or visual odometry does IMU prediction of the features, or does undistortion of the points in the right. So that helps, or initializes the matching. So that helps with outliers a lot. Theoretically, I guess it's wrong, but in practice it works.
Okay, so while maybe Kevin is setting up for the next presentation, I have a quick question. So the results that we're showing with the drone spinning and the slumps,
yes,
was pretty impressive. Something that I didn't get, so if the solution is really relying on YAML
in this case, which are hitting the wall, are you going to get spikes in the acceleration? So why is that not sharp?
Yes, there are spikes, but I guess you're still getting reasonable matches in the with the LiDAR, right? Because before we hit the wall, we're basically undistorting the points correctly, so you can still match. So it's still, but I mean, when it hits, I think that is, we have seen when you hit something that it basically it exceeds the bandwidth of the IMU, and you basically get some bad measurement. But then basically the LiDAR or visual would pull you back.
All right. So our next speaker is the last speaker for this session is Kevin Doherty from MIT, who's going to tell us about discrete continuous smoothing and mapping. And this is the second and last spotlight presentation for this workshop.
I'll just grab these controls. Cool. Thanks, Luca, for the wonderful introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Doherty. I'm very excited to be talking to you today about our work on library and optimization algorithms for what we've been calling discrete continuous smoothing and mapping. And this is some ongoing work with Ziqi Liu, Curran Sig, my lab mates, and our advisor, John Leonard at MIT. So I think a lot of us are familiar with smoothing and mapping from things like GTSAM, ISAM, and stuff like that. And what I'm going to try to do today, is to make a case for why I think it's useful to extend some of these ideas developed with those methods in the setting of continuous variables to the setting where we're really interested in estimating both discrete latent states and in addition to continuous variables. And I'll dive into a little bit of how we operationalize this idea, some of the challenges that crop up, and I'll present a few of our results thus far. And I'm going to focus mainly today on perception and estimation, but I think a lot of these ideas could also be applied equally as well to things like factor graphs for action or control, which is something I'm super excited about as well. So I think something that a lot of us interested in perception and mapping have been thinking about more and more these days is that the tasks that we'd ultimately like robots to do rely critically on a representation of the world that is symbolic in nature, right? We want a robot to follow the road or identify a sample site or retrieve something from the kitchen. And this critically relies on the capability to essentially extract discrete symbolic information from this otherwise continuous world, right? And at the same time, if we really dig a bit deeper into what's been going on with estimation methods, we see that these discrete variables are not just showing up in the symbols we'd like to represent, but also they're hiding in the estimation pipelines that we're already developing. Right? So in order to estimate something like a robot pose, we might want to do something like data association, where we associate discrete variables that tell us which measurements correspond to which landmarks in our map. We might want to do something like outlier rejection, where discrete variables tell us whether or not a measurement is going to be determined as an inlier or an outlier. Or we might want to do something like footstep planning or contact estimation, where we're trying to determine whether our robot's feet are in contact with the ground plane. All of these involve discrete states. And beyond that, I think recently a lot of us have also been thinking about how discrete symbolic information, things like semantics, can actually take a part in the estimation pipeline, right? So things like object class can actually influence things like data association decisions and give us better robot state estimates at the end of the day. And so the big open question for us is, how can we represent this coupling between discrete symbols and continuous states? And I think a lot of previous work is based on the observation that these problems can often be approached as maximization over the posterior probability of a set of continuous variables and discrete variables given a set of measurements Z. This is kind of a very natural formalism, right? And once you take this approach, you can take this a step further, and you can observe that a lot of these problems actually have very elegant and concise descriptions in terms of hybrid factor graphs. These are factor graphs containing both discrete and continuous variables. Here, discrete states are going to be in red, and continuous states are in blue. And you can model all kinds of problems like this, like switching systems, where maybe we're trying to model the behavior of a pedestrian, outlier rejection, like we saw before, where maybe we're trying to estimate the trajectory of a robot subject to some inlier or outlier loop closures, right? But unfortunately, once you have this sort of hybrid factor graph representation, it's difficult to actually implement these methods using software, right? So there's actually no off-the-shelf tool that is as flexible or easy to use as something like GTSAM or G2O or series for optimization problems that are defined in terms of hybrid factor graphs in the general case. And so as a practitioner, you might be able to use an existing technique for a specific problem, like maybe you're doing specifically outlier rejection. But otherwise, maybe you have to relax from discrete to continuous variables, which might not be desirable for your particular problem setting, or you end up implementing your own ad hoc solver, right? None of these are particularly convenient. And I think one of the reasons actually for this lack of general purpose tools for discrete continuous optimization is that it's really hard to identify a suitably general candidate for doing inference in these models. So even if we had a modeling framework to write down these problems, say in code, exact inference for hybrid models is almost always computationally hard in general. In the formal sense, I mean. And this is because, of course, the number of discrete assignments grows exponentially with the number of discrete states that we're interested in estimating. And so this is actually the problem that we try to address with discrete continuous smoothing and mapping, or what we've been kind of affectionately calling DCSAM. And so what DCSAM does is first extends GTSAM to the case of hybrid factor graphs, where we're trying to estimate both discrete and continuous variables. We also propose a novel efficient local optimization method that allows us to leverage existing solvers like ICRA in order to perform optimization in these sorts of hybrid factor graphs. And moreover, our library allows anyone to write a custom solver that uses domain-specific methods like heuristic search or different globalization techniques. And so hopefully this should be easily extensible for practitioners in the field. And the key insight to our algorithmic approach is that while inference in hybrid graphical models is typically hard computationally, these problems often split into easily solved subproblems between the discrete and continuous states. So if we happen to know the correct assignment for the continuous states, it turns out that often for the factor graphs that we're interested in, inference over the remaining discrete states turns out to be easy. Meaning in this particular case, max product elimination, which is our general algorithm for doing inference in discrete factor graphs, simplifies to the Viterbi algorithm, which can be applied in polynomial time, which is fantastic. At the same time, if we happen to fix a set of discrete variables, we can always optimize for the continuous states efficiently. We can do this using gradient-based methods or trust region methods. In the linear case, maybe this involves convex optimization. But it turns out that we can actually take this idea and if you apply this in sort of alternating fashion, say initializing a set of continuous states, solving for the discrete states, and then going back and forth, you can guarantee that you monotonically improve the set of states that you have with respect to the posterior probability. So we prove this in our paper, which I'll provide a link to at the end. And so the first nice thing about this approach is that it really easily scales often to thousands of discrete variables without the need to prune any discrete assignments. So this is super cool. Here, we're showing just a simple conditional Gaussian mixture outlier model for robust postgraph optimization. And what we show here is that we achieve competitive performance on robust postgraph optimization while being faster than a state-of-the-art approach based on graduated non-convexity. That's a shout out to Luca. And I think an even more compelling application of these tools to me is that DCSAM allows us to easily represent and solve tightly coupled geometric and semantic perception problems. And so here what we're doing, I'll play this video, here we're doing semantic slam on the KITTI data set, and we're using mixture-based data association. So when we encounter a new object landmark measurement, we're modeling ambiguous data associations as a mixture over possible landmark hypotheses. And the discrete states we're interested in estimating are the landmark classes. Here we're doing cars and trucks, and the continuous states are the positions of the landmarks and the poses of the robot. And so this was actually a big motivation for our work. We had ideas about how to implement this sort of semantic slam system, but there was no solver that we had on hand that could actually easily plug and play with the hybrid factor graphs that we were developing. So I can maybe skip ahead to this, the end of this video. And so this is pretty neat. We can actually, easily just by writing down this factor graph, we can plug and play this this kind of idea into DCSAM. And so just to wrap up, DCSAM is our open source library that extends GTSAM's capabilities to hybrid factor graphs, providing us a new solver based on providing a new solver based on alternating minimization. Our code is at the link on the screen here. Our paper is at the other link, but there's a link to our code in the paper and a link to the paper in the code, so you can pick whichever link you prefer. In our paper, we also discuss things like recovering uncertainty for our state estimates. We discuss incremental inference. So the nice thing about this split structure is that we can easily do incremental inference on the discrete and continuous subproblems, which allows us to be efficient. And then we have more results as well in the paper. Cool. Yeah, I'll take any questions. Thanks for your attention.
Hi, very nice talk. So you mentioned that many existing sort of systems already do a kind of discrete inference about data association and so on.
Yeah.
without needing any extra machinery. So can't you use that machinery, like when you've got multiple hypotheses, you put that multiple factors and parallel across them, plus elements and things like that? Is that not general enough for the things you want to do?
It seemed that no, it was for us. It wasn't because we kind of reached the limits of what we could do with those systems, where we wanted to really be optimizing discrete latent states while we were doing continuous inference. And so the idea here is that we're really trying to preserve this like discrete information rather than doing something like marginalize it out, say, or apply something like expectation maximization, where we're really like throwing away some of that the discrete aspects of this problem. We're really interested in inferring the discrete latent variables explicitly, if that makes sense. It turned out there weren't tools for that when we started on this work. Yeah, for sure.
One more question. Thanks. That demo with the objects, the cars being recognized as well as the geometry was fantastic. What do you do with dynamic objects? Can you think of using the same framework where you're also estimating the state of the dynamic objects?
Yeah, we've thought about that as well. It's not something that we've tried just yet, but yeah, you can definitely imagine trying to estimate other types of discrete states, like whether or not a particular object is a dynamic object or something like that. That may be one way to improve the robustness of SLAM systems, but it's not something that we've explored using DCSM yet. It would be a cool application though.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Huang from University of Delaware. It's really my pleasure to be here to share with you some of my research on visual inertial estimation and perception. To start, I wanted to use the drone delivery as a motivating example for my talk today. In the last 2 years, when I was on sabbatical leave, I'm working at Meituan, a food delivery giant in China, and working on a drone delivery in cities, as shown in this video, which was a pre-commercial operation in Shenzhen, which is a big city in China with more than 20 million people. As of now, we have delivered over 50,000 orders, actual orders, and have flew over 10,000 hours and 400K flights, including tests. Although it looks we have achieved certain milestones, like the numbers I just mentioned, but we're still facing a lot of challenges. For example, in particular, because of the payload of the vehicle, because of the limited resources on board, and because of the safety requirements, because of the energy, etc. Among all these challenges, robust state estimation and perception is really truly more demanding than ever before. To tackle this problem, we're primarily leveraging the visual inertial systems, which is precisely the topic of my talk. So visual inertial systems primarily consist of two sensors, inertial measurement unit or IMU, and a camera. Both sensors have pros and cons. And for example, IMU can provide a high rate 6-DoF motion information with scale information. But its measurements are biased and it's gravity mixed and typically has a high drifts. And the camera, on the other hand, it can provide very rich information, but it doesn't have scale information. And it heavily depends on the landing conditions and so on. So fusing these two sensor measurements is very interesting and also very appealing for many practical applications and for solving for addressing 3D perception and navigation problems, from the drones to autonomous driving. The backbone of a visual inertial systems is the inertial navigation, which is really a very classical estimation problem in aerospace. It's really try to estimate a 3D motion by using the inertial measurements. And but the inertial navigation can easily drift over time, in particular when using low-cost IMUs. And we can aid this inertial navigation by using external sensors, for example, GPS. And if we choose the camera as the aiding sensor, this is essentially the visual inertial navigation or VINs. And so let's look at the VINs models mathematically and briefly. A standard 6-axis IMU includes the gyroscope and the accelerometer. Gyroscope measures the angular velocity denoted by omega m, denoted marked in blue in the first equation shown here. And the accelerometer measures local linear acceleration, AM, also in blue, shown in this the second equation, and which is which is also coupled with a gravity denoted by G in red, and which is known. And we also use the U to simplify notation, which denotes these two measurements. When a sensor is moving in 3D space, the continuous time kinematic model using IMU measurements, which is given by these complicated nonlinear differential equations. And to simplify notation, I rewrite this equation in this generic nonlinear function FC. And the navigation state includes a quaternion Q of rotation and position, velocity, and biases. And for estimation, we typically integrate this continuous time differential equations to get a discrete time model denoted by F function shown here. In particular, when we are working with the low cost sensors, we also need to address the intrinsic parameters, which includes the scale factor, misalignment between these two, the gyro and the accelerometer, and the skewness. The camera model, the measure model, essentially projects perspective projection of 3D feature onto the image plane, which is denoted by this H function. And also, when we work with cameras, we also need to address take care of many intrinsic parameters, including, for example, principal points, focal lengths, or distortion parameters, or even if we are using a rolling shutter camera, the readout time is also need to be taken care of. The VINs essentially try to fuse these two sensors. And so we also need to address the extrinsic calibration problems, which include the spatial calibration and the temporal calibration, meaning that the time offset between these two sensors, in particular for the asynchronous sensor suite. So the visual inertial estimate is really, as I said, mentioned before, is really a sensor fusion problem. We can formulate the following nonlinear least squares, which is equivalent to maximum likelihood estimation problem under certain mild assumptions. And if we are given infinite computational resources, this problem is really not a big problem. We have very good solvers for solving these problems. But for a practical system, we typically have we always have resource constraints. So as you can see from this problem formulation, as time goes by, the number of features and the trajectory length can grow unbounded. So how to solve this problem efficiently in practice, it sometimes can become very challenging. And the VINS approach is really typically split the problem into two parts: front-end localization and the back-end mapping. So front localization is really try to track the 3D motion in real time by building a visual odometry system, which can leverage a wide, popular approaches. For example, MSCAF or Window BA. It's fast, it's real time, but it's just the open loop odometry, so it drifts over time. So the back-end mapping or back-end graph optimization or BA is really trying to optimize the entire trajectory, and which of course can provide more accurate results, but it's more expensive. And we also need to address this the relocalization, meaning that we want to exploit the back-end mapping results. And the many approaches really assume the mapping results are perfect, which could be problematic because no matter how you build a map always contains inaccuracy. If this uncertainty is not properly addressed, this can lead to inconsistency. So over the years, my group has been extensively working on this problem, try to address these problems, try to improve the state of art. So the first first work I want to share is the OpenVINS, which is an open platform for visual notion estimation, which is built upon the MSCAF estimator. And we also have integrate some of the sense calibration. We also have the consistency treatments. And in particular, some of the key features of OpenVINS, which includes the type-based state management, which really try to make the system be easier to use for different users. And we also have the online calibration capabilities, and we also have the consistent estimation treatment, which primarily leveraging on the fetch idea. And we also have the static dynamic initialization, which is important for practical system. And we also provide the documentation, evaluation, and simulation tools. So everyone is welcome to play with it, and let us know any ideas how to further improve it. And we also, of course, try to show its performance. We compare to different state-of-art visual inertial odometry algorithms, and which basically we really provide competing results. And actually the system has been deployed on real systems. So recently we have looked into the reformulation of VRO, and we, instead of estimate everything with respect to a fixed global frame reference, we're estimating the states with respect to moving local frame reference, also called robot-centric formulation. The motivation of this formulation is really try to address consistency with the robot-centric formulation, because using this robot-centric formulation, the all observability mismatch issue goes away, and that's the theoretically shows the advantage of this reformulation, and we did show that it has pretty good performance, and then this just shows one example. We put this system on a vehicle and driving around the campus, and we were able to achieve pretty reasonable good accuracy, roughly 0.3% or 0.3.4% of the total length of a trajectory, which is I think which is good. And having said all this, the VRO essentially still just an open loop odometry system. It drifts, right? So how can we leverage loop closures to bound the navigation error? So again, if we are given infinite computational resource, this problem is not a big deal, because we can always optimize everything to get good results. But in practice, processing loop closure constraint is typically expensive. So in this work, we develop a Schmidt MSCAF, which can efficiently incorporate loop closure constraints into a system and with a linear complexity. The key idea is really to partition a state into two parts: active states XA and Schmidt or nuisance parameters, or XC. So really we only update the active states and their correlation with the XS, which is Schmidt states, and we do not update XS, which can be very large, and without updating this saves a lot of computations. And but we do consider the correlations, or do consider uncertainty of XS. By doing so, the whole complexity boils down, reduces to linear. And the implementation, or actually it turns out very, very simple. It simply just set the common gain corresponding to XS to 0, and that's it. So we tested on different experiments, and here basically shows compare the VRO versus the VRO with loop closures Schmidt treatment. As you can see, but with the root closure with the Schmidt MSK provides much cleaner trajectory than the left trajectory, which doesn't include the root closure constraint at all. It's open loop VL results. So from a single IMU single camera, we also extended to the multiple IMU multiple camera systems or mimic VINS system. The motivations we try to build a system which can fuse arbitrary number of cameras and IMUs measurements, and to provide a smooth, uninterrupted and accurate 3D motion, even if the sensor fails. So the key idea is really we do not want to increase the computational burden when processing more sensor measurements. So we basically only keep one base sensor as the inner state vector, and leveraging the interpolation to process the measurement from non-base sensors. So by doing so, essentially the whole complexity of the system remain the same as a single camera, single IMU system, and then the rest is pretty much same as the standard single IMU single camera VINS. So here just shows some results. Basically, in this system, we have 6 rolling shutter cameras of 3 IMUs, and we show that the real-time performance, and also show that if the sensor fails during the course of the experiments, the output results are still smooth, and the trajectory is still smooth, and which could be important for control. And yeah, so the cameras fails, even the IMU fails, so we still able, the whole trajectory remain pretty much smooth and uninterrupted. So we also extend this mimic things to distribute cooperative localization, meaning that each vehicle in a team performs things, and leveraging or exploring utilizing the common observation information to improve the overall localization for each team, for each member in a team. So this shows some of the results. As you can see, basically the common features which observed by different robots at a different time can be utilized to improve localization. And from a visual perception point of view, the depth is very important, and also it's also very difficult to estimate. So so here we have looked into the problem of faster depth learning, which really tried to was to leverage the sparse feature depth to improve the depth learning. And here are some results. Basically, we utilize the sparse feature and depth from a VRO, and which is incorporated into the fast depth network, and provide pretty good results. And we leveraging the fast depth, we also look into the problem of local dense mapping. So the key idea here is so-called code VRO. The key idea here is we encode the depth map into 32 low-dimensional vector, which can be optimized or updated in a VRO. And once this depth code is updated, it can be utilized to recover the depth map. So we have a better depth map, which is also important. For example, with this information can be used for optical avoidance for robots. And this is just some results as shown here. And very recently, we also look into the problem of semantic object slam. And in particular, we learn a key point. We learn key points to represent the 3D objects. And these key points can be optimized in a SLAM and pipeline. And in particular, we adjust the symmetry and also of the objects, and also the key point network can provide uncertainty, which is important for SLAM estimation. And we validate this system on different data sets and showing that it can achieve real time and decent results as compared to the state of art. So to summarize, my research really focuses on state estimation and spatial perception for mobile perception or autonomous navigation for different robots, different applications. And for example, we are very interested in very efficient, robust vision estimation, which can run at edge. And we also look into the corporate localization using vision ratio sensors for team of robots. And all the videos and open source can be found on my group on YouTube channel and the GitHub. With that, thank you.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to talk about symmetries in robot perception and mapping. I'm Maani Ghaffari. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Michigan. And in today's talk, I want to give some context first. By symmetry, I mean, how can we detect features that are, for example, invariant in 2D to rotation in 2D and 3D images? How can we model the motion of a robot? How to do 3D reconstruction, how to model an IMU and integrate. Now I'm going to talk about 3 problems, and all 3 of them are seemingly apart, but they have one thing in common. They build on Lie groups and they explore existing symmetry in the geometry of the problem. Now, Lie groups are the best mathematical tools we have currently to model continuous symmetry. And roboticists are quite familiar, and in existing libraries such as GTSAM, we extensively use them. For example, SE3 is the symmetry group of R3. The configuration and space of a robotic system can be naturally modeled using Lie groups. So that's a good motivation for us to learn these tools. The first problem is robot state estimation. This is a very fundamental problem related to localization, but not necessarily global localization. We want to be able to track the robot at a high frequency and to estimate the velocity and the robot pose, position and orientation. Now we could talk about vision-based approach using multiple sensors, like you've seen from many groups today, or we can talk about a fully proprioceptive method that does not use exteroceptive sensors, because sometimes we cannot rely on vision. For example, it's dark, the perception fails, or you can see here in the picture that this is smoky and the LiDAR is not returning anything meaningful. So a property of proprioceptive signal is that they come at high frequency, maybe several thousand hertz, and also they are always available regardless of the environmental conditions. Now, it's very tempting to build a state estimator just using that. The question is if it works. It turns out it works if we use the state-of-the-art geometric observers called invariant extended Kalman filter. We combine IMU and contact data, which you saw today in Frank's talk for Lego robots. The contact data will ground the IMU, will provide zero velocity constraints in the process model. So we get contact inertial process model. In the correction, we use kinematic model and joint encoders to correct the relative position of the body frame with respect to the foot in contact with the ground. Now, to just give you a flavor of what you get out of this invariant EKF, exploiting the symmetry will lead to log linear aerodynamics. The equation that you see in the left, the A matrix, this is a linearized deterministic dynamic model of IMU, which is nonlinear, but there is a choice of coordinates that renders the aerodynamics linear. Hence, for the deterministic system, we can exactly integrate this model. And that's by exploiting the symmetry in the problem. Does it work on the robot? Yes, it does. We run the filter at 2 kHz here on Cassie and Michigan campus. We're accumulating the point cloud for 10 seconds as the robot walks. And this is what you see in the reconstruction of the scene. The image is very shaky because the robot is walking. But as you can see, the map is very stable. But ultimately, this is odometry. The position is not observable. However, the roll and pitch and velocity is observable, which is very valuable for the controller and bootstrapping other perception methods. This is inside the computer science building in Michigan. Now, one problem is that the kinematic of the robot needs calibration. The contact model assumption with the ground is not perfect. And ultimately, some robots just don't have the contact sensor. This mini cheetah robot from MIT does not have contact sensors. It's a very lightweight robot. And we wish to run this filter on this robot too. So the idea was that, well, first for contact estimation and later maybe for other quantities such as friction and ground type estimation, let's bring in deep learning into this framework, but not in a way to break the symmetry. We bring the deep learning in to get the IMU signal and kinematic data to estimate the contact event. So we have a self-supervised method to detect contact with the ground. We record data, we label them automatically, and then train this lightweight convolutional network to estimate contact event. And then we run it in real time along this geometric filter so that we enjoy the performance of both learning and the geometric filter. So we have this data set on campus on 8 different ground types. And this is just a sequence of the result. As you can see, we walk the robot. In this particular case, we're running a state-of-the-art feature-based SLAM or SLAM, which works well. However, the plant is blocking the camera and the vision system fails. However, because the proprioceptive filter does not rely on vision, we can continue and track with a very good accuracy. So we run everything online at 500 Hz because that's the frequency of joint encoder and IMU for this robot. The second problem that I want to talk about is about functional sensor registration. So I have a depth camera, I get a point cloud, let's say a stereo camera, I get point cloud, it comes with color, maybe I have semantic labels to show the category of each point as well. The goal is to build a unified model that models geometry and semantics into a one unified model. To do that, we lift the problem into a functional space, and this functional space is a reproducing kernel Hilbert space, or RKHS. And the way we do it, we define a kernel, you can imagine a Gaussian kernel, centered around each geometric point. And then we define a hierarchy of features using tensor products of, let's say here, color and semantic categories. This will give us label. Now the function, this is similar to kernel density estimation, coming from kernel methods in machine learning, is the weighted sum of all geometric kernels. The weight comes from the labels. These labels are tensor products of all existing feature spaces. So the geometric part, the kernel, depends on the transformation that the camera moves, but the labels are invariant to that. So the goal is to estimate the rigid body transformation that moves. But the key takeaway message is that do not align point, align functions. We turn the entire cloud with all the information into one object, one function in a vector space of function. Then we maximize the inner product, the cross correlation of these two functions to find the rigid body transformation. Now, this model is also equivariant. That's how we can solve it very efficiently. The transformation using the representation theorem of Lie group that act on the function, the inverse of the same, the same transformation also acts on the input point. That's the key for solving the problem without dealing with operators in function space. So the front end that we use, that is on GPU and it's open source, is only doing frame-to-frame tracking. So we are not doing any loop closures or window optimization. We are only stitching frame-to-frame. With the right choice of hyperparameters, you see on Kitty dataset, it works very well, and the car is moving fast. This method is in particular robust to variable density, high speed, or uniform scenes when you don't have good features. It's only natural to extend this to a framework like factor graph. Why not doing multi-frame? And in fact, we're doing this in the lab. This is a work. Ray has a poster in the workshop. You can go and talk with him. This framework extends this function space registration into a factor graph with. Now, the factors are this inner product in the function space. And we wish to keep the history and optimize a window that moves along the trajectory. So it's a tight integration of semantic and geometry into the backend now. And we don't have any strict data association. This is all soft association and correspondence free. And hopefully at some point, this will be integrated into libraries like GTSAM or G2. Some sample results that we have so far. You can see that in sequences then that I don't show here, but a lot of time overslam fails or other SLAM methods fail because it's just hard to track in Tartan A dataset. It's a very challenging dataset. But this kernel-based regression can interpolate and provides a good basically robustness to challenging scenes. Now, the third problem moves towards the deep learning. So we worked on it. We talked about the geometric method, the kernel-based version, and now a deep learning-based version, which is intimately related to the previous work, but on the surface, you might not see that. Now, we can use kernels, but still we need to pick the kernel and hyperparameters, and that's not ideal. The idea is to learn a set of features and do registration in the feature space. Now, this is a very common idea in the literature. However, existing methods depend on the initialization. They only work if the initial guess is good enough, and that's a problem. So instead, we propose to use, let's say, SO3 rotation equivariant encoder to learn features that are equivariant. That means the features have the same orientation as the input point cloud. So the features rotate together with the input point cloud. Therefore, when we solve the orientation in the feature space, we are recovering exactly the same rotation. Now, on top of that, because the point clouds have variable density, and that's a challenge for deep learning, usually they don't perform well if the density is too sparse or variable, we add a decoder to learn the shape and backpropagate the error without breaking that equivariant encoder that we have. We also have a differentiable SVD layer, and essentially we solve the Horn's method that you might have heard of it. We have in feature space, we have two set of points, non-correspondences, then we solve it using SVD. So the correspondences are automatically solved if the input object is a rotated copy of the base object. As you can see in the table, the initial error does not change the performance of the network. And that's the power of equivariance feature learning. Now, what is interesting is that these features are not actually points. These features that are equivariant, they live in the Lie algebra of SO3. These are left invariant vector fields. To see that, pick a feature, Q1 or Q2, two features out of the network for target, top row, and the source point cloud, bottom row. Put it in a schizometric matrix, calculate the application of the vector field in the input point cloud that will generate a vector field for you. Visualize it over the points. You see that the top row and the bottom row are exactly the same vector field. It's just a rotated copy of each other. That means that the configuration space is just at a different tangent space. And up to a rotation, they are the same. And that's precisely is captured by the equivariance property of the network. And I believe this provides a good representation learning for robot mapping and SLAM in the future, and that's what we're looking into. So the takeaway message is that geometric methods are very powerful. They provide performance guarantees, convergence. They exploit the structure, symmetry, sparsity. Exploiting symmetry, whether it's learning or geometric, means doing fewer calculations. For example, having log linear error or having rotation equivariant or invariant features. We gain huge computational efficiency by exploiting symmetry. Incorporate learning without breaking the symmetry. This is the principle we use in our work. We bring in learning without breaking the structure. And if we can, we bring the structure inside the network, such as equivariant feature learning. I'd like to thank our sponsors and my wonderful students and collaborators that helped me to get these results.
So last but not least, we have CJ Taylor from UPenn talking to us today about how to represent the world with panoramic maps.
Okay, fantastic. Well, first off, I just wanted to thank the organizers for putting together this wonderful meeting. And secondly, on behalf of all my colleagues at the Grasp Lab of University of Pennsylvania, I just wanted to welcome you all to Philadelphia, both physically and virtually. It's just a wonderful treat for all of us to have you here. I'm also aware that I'm the only thing standing between us and beautiful sunshine outside, because it's always sunny in the city. So I will at least try to keep my remarks brief. So I owe a real debt to all the speakers who came before me, who were sort of pointing out in various ways that we have this fundamental problem that we face when we are deploying robotic systems, which is how do we go about representing the environment in which the robot operates? And that decision sort of has a lot of knock-on effects in terms of a number of other capabilities that we build on top of that. And there are a number of approaches that have been deployed quite successfully. You've heard quite a few today: volumetric methods, voxel-based, point clouds, sign distance functions, implicit functions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What I want to do today is actually argue for a really simple choice that we've used quite successfully in a number of our experimental systems, and argue for it. At least tell you a little bit about what we've done. And again, this representation is, if I'm flattering myself, then I think it's inspired by kind of the random-topic maps we see in a lot of animate systems. And it simply asks the question, what if we were to represent the environment in which a robot explores as a collection, in this case, of panoramic images, so 2D maps. And these maps can contain the usual suspects, contain depth, contain intensity, contain semantic information, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what does that buy you? Well, I'm going to try to argue that the resulting representations have the advantage of simplicity. And this simplicity actually has a number of knock-on benefits. So it allows us to actually implement things really, really quickly, and allows us to take advantage of a lot of the data that we get. And also it has the advantage of compactness, which allows us to scale in various ways. So hopefully I'll be able to convince you of some of this. Again, this is a well-researched field. So for instance, the idea of using panoramic maps has shown up in work like Malin and Compart. The kind of representations that we're going to be describing are built upon atlases, composed of a series of local maps that are connected by a factor graph. So many of the themes that you've seen throughout this workshop will recur. So with that in mind, I want to describe the work of one of my former students, Anthony Cowley, who might be somewhere in the audience, who graduated from our lab around a year ago. And he was working on the system called UpSLAM, which unsurprisingly stands for Union of Panoramic Simultaneous Localization and Mapping. Okay, so again, let's just make this hopefully concrete. So again, the idea quite simply shown here is that we're going to represent the world in terms of a number of different places indicated by that graph of purple places connected by edges. And then we can do all the usual things that we know and love in terms of being able to optimize off the back end of that for loop closures and things of that nature. So moving on, let me show you sort of another variant of that same story. This is, again, data collected at the home of one of our collaborators somewhere in Western Pennsylvania. So this is a data set around 730 meters. And here we're sort of describing the results we get after doing our UP SLAM system. So again, the underlying representation here, you should think of as just a collection of images, 211 to be exact. So again, once we have that, plus the associated pose, it's often obviously quite easy to then turn that back into a point cloud and then look at it from various points of view. But to the extent that this looks like a coherent point cloud, it simply points out the level of accuracy we're getting in our registration, because these are really literally separate maps that we're simply rendering and registering together. So again, to make that a little bit more concrete, so this is a collection of maps, each of them 1024 by 256, 730 meters traveled, 27 gigabytes of IMU and LiDAR data compressed down to 211 keyframes, 0.3% of total data. So this is what I'm pointing about in terms of compactness. These are very simple representations, and this is actually not even applying compression on top of the individual maps, which could certainly been done. Another point I want to make here is about computational efficiency. So again, we're roboticists. We're interested in trying to do things for pennies on the dollar if we can. So here we're doing things on top of Xavier NX platform, which has the nice property that we can sort of dial it down in various ways, including the power envelope. So these are experiments carried out with two different resolutions of panorama, a 2048 by 256 and a 1024 by 128. And different settings of the power, going from full power, which is around 60 watts, to low power, which is around 15 watts. And what we're showing here is a histogram of the processing time. This is processing time required to actually solve for a frame alignment. So it ranges from 6 milliseconds. So here's if you don't constrain the power, you go full throttle. And down here you have this is 20 milliseconds. This is 1024 by 128 using 15 watts of power. So again, it's a credit card size. And a point I want to make here, which is probably not going to be obvious in the discussion, is that this is being done. We're doing ICP on the entire scan. We're actually not doing sub-feature detection. So again, our interest here was being able to do things ultimately fast and efficiently on platforms that we want to be able to fly. So to give you an idea of where we can go there. So again, it's not going to be surprising to this audience that the underlying mathematical formulation is effectively a form of the ICP with point plane representation. I guess the trick, to the extent there is a trick, is that we're using projective ICP, and that, coupled with the kind of representations we're using, sort of makes this process go really fast and allows us to sort of GPU optimize this. So again, the key steps in a ICP type of computation involve finding matches, and for each match, computing its contribution in terms of its gradient and Hessian contribution. So diagrammatically, the situation is pretty simple. We have a LiDAR scan where we have individual circles, and then we have our local panoramic map, which again is going to be in higher resolution, but I'm going to talk about that later. And we're doing this match from one to the other. For each of these matches, we're computing a component of our cost function, and then we need to take gradients and Hessians of that. Now, the point is that clearly, this is something that we can do entirely in parallel, which is great because GPUs love doing things in parallel. So basically, we compute all of these matches projectively, very easy because it's a per point computation. We compute its contribution, and that's what allows us to actually get those kinds of data rates and efficient utilization of the available processing substrate. There are a number of other things going on in UpSLAM. Again, I would refer you to the paper, or better yet, to Anthony. There's a kind of interesting loop closure system going on under the hood, motion correction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to delve into the details. Kind of requisite accuracy results. It's sort of competitive with existing approaches, and can actually do some things associated with it. Another point I want to make, which is actually a trick that's been used in a number of different contexts, but you can take a representation like the one I'm describing and convert it to a volumetric one extremely easily. In that, if you have a point or an area whose occupancy you're interested in, you can simply take that and project it into the individual representation and use those results to compute some measure of occupancy or things that you like. So you can use this in a variety of ways. So one kind of obvious ways. You can actually use this to check representations against each other. So for instance, if you have moving objects, you have multiple basically cracks at the scene, you can go and you can find things that don't seem to be kosher, or at least don't seem to have evidence in multiple of these representations. So that allows you to do moving type object representation. You can also use it for a variety of other things. So Anthony actually cooked up a really interesting scheme which allows us to do volumetric rendering in real time using these panoramic representations as input. So it has a number of interesting features. So for instance, we can load the entire data set into GPU memory and then real-time render out in a variety of ways. So here you're seeing a version where we're playing with transparency, lighting, volumetric effects. Again, this is all done in real time on the entire data set as we're moving around. This is, of course, the Newer College data set, or some portion thereof. We've done it on larger data sets. So this is Morgantown, Pennsylvania. Again, this is on the order of 4.4 kilometers worth of data. We load the entire thing into GPU memory, and we can render this in real time, making some core choices regarding quantization and the like. So another point that I'm not going to make here is that this ability to sort of reason about the volumetric structure of the world is also something that we use in planning. So again, I would refer you to Anthony's thesis where we were able to do accelerated motion planning type of operations using this representation as a basis for it. Okay. The other thing I wanted to point you to is actually some work that's being presented at this year's conference. This is a low latency odometry for spinning lidars by my student Chao Hu. And this started out with asking a very simple question, which is that we actually wanted to deploy the system on platforms that could be moving fairly aggressively, quadrotors, things of that nature. And we were concerned about the overall latency required, which in a naive implementation involved the time required to capture a sensor sweep plus the time required to compute odometry. So you can actually improve upon that idea by splitting your scan up. Instead of thinking of an entire scan, you can think of sort of subsweeps. And if you do this correctly, you can just think about a buffer of these subsweeps and then recompute your odometry repeatedly. So instead of having an update rate of say 10 hertz, you can have an update rate of 40 hertz or 80 hertz, depending on how you split some stuff up. Once again, we use all the tricks that I mentioned. We're using essentially array-based representations, a high resolution image. And the point I should actually make here is that the panoramic representations that we're constructing are super resolved versions of individual scans. So they're on the order of 10 times higher resolution than individual scans. And that's actually important. So we can do things like computing normals on our panoramic sweep, which is actually very, very difficult to do in the underlying LiDAR scans that we have, at least not with the same amount of error. The panoramic maps also serve as a way for us to integrate information over time, and that's what allows us to actually improve upon depth resolution. So another thing that sort of came out this work a little bit unexpected was that Chao was able to show that we're actually able to implement the similar kind of scheme on the CPU, not the GPU, and actually beat the times that we had on the GPU. So it's one of those oddish results, but sort of truth in advertising. So the bottom three rows in each of these tables sort of show the processing time, the time taken to compute the ICP on, in this case, CPUs, in this case, both the Xavier and the Intel. And we're getting processing times down on the order of 2-ish milliseconds. That's the time taken to actually produce an ICP result. I should say, actually, our latest results actually improve on this by a factor of 2 to 3 times. So we're actually sub-millisecond in terms of producing odometry results on this data. Again, let me see if I can play this video. So this is just showing sort of side by side with FastLiO2, which is a really good package out there. So on relatively benign data sets, we are quite comparable. Again, this is the case that we really wanted to deal with. We wanted to deal with really aggressive motion. So in this case, somebody's yanking the LiDAR around as fast as they can. And the point here is because we are actually able to compute our updates at a much faster rate in terms of 4 times the times, we don't get lost in situations like this. So that's actually quite helpful. So again, I would, again, this is just to give you an idea of the kind of the density of the panoramas that we're constructing. I would point you again to Chow's work. He's going to be presenting in localization 2 tomorrow. The last thing I want to do is just point out that we can also play this game making use of semantic information. So the problem we were interested in addressing here was air-ground localization. So imagine you come to a new city like Philadelphia and you have a map and you're trying to figure out where you might be on that map. And maybe you see a bell, and maybe you see a cheesesteak, and you use that to map that against what you're thinking is happening in the world around you. So the point again is that if you have a UAV flying overhead, the images it sees are of course extremely different from the ones that you're seeing on the ground. However, semantic labels do have this nicely invariant property of something that's been noted a couple of times. So can we use that and basically make use of semantic detection on our analysis of our overhead imagery as well as semantic information on our panoramic imagery? So in this case, we do a very, very simple 5-way class discrimination, building, road, tree, etc. We're able to do that on our aerial imagery, and here we're able to do it on our panoramic imagery as well. We can derive these labels from the LiDAR data or from image data, depending on what you have. And what we're then able to do is basically do this cross-view mapping. And so if I can simply play this for you and give you a sense of what that might look like. I'm going to elide some of the details. Again, this is presented at ICRA 2020. But basically, using the semantic analysis we do on the ground robot, we are able to then compare those results with the overhead image, in this case, in a particle filtering based framework. And once we've done that, we're basically off to the races, because now we can use our odometric solution. We can compare it with the overhead imagery, and we can basically get GPS without GPS. And we can do this actually at scale. So again, this is our favorite town in Western Pennsylvania, but you can do it in Philadelphia as well. And in certain parts of Philadelphia, when you see a tree, that's a big thing. That really tells you where you are. So the semantics really come in handy in a lot of these things. We've also done this on Kitty, just because you got to do everything on Kitty at least once. So, so yes, this works quite well across scale. Other obvious point to be made here is you can do it for 1 robot, you can do it for 10 robots, you can do it for 100 robots. So actually, this is a trick that we use to actually do coordination of multiple vehicles when we're doing air-ground collaboration kind of events, and that allows the robots to actually effectively collaborate with each other. Of course, since you have the 3D model that you're building on time, you can now overlay them. You can correct for errors in your overhead map. You can do all the things that you would expect with something of this kind. All right, so with that, let me just end there. So I'm just arguing in favor of actually a relatively simple kind of retinotopic representation. I think it actually allows you to do things fairly efficiently from a computational standpoint. And actually, it's a compact representation that's amenable to storage. It's amenable to sharing, and it allows for us to solve many of the problems that I think that we're interested in. With that, let me close.